another one to look out for. Kiplagat just having a little word. The pacemakers will be doing their last-minute preparations. Kiplagat, 13th in Barcelona last year, 2 hours and 9 minutes. He's wearing number 10. Oglu is there on the left of the screen in the yellow. And it is last-minute drills, last-minute stretching, last-minute preparations, smiles for some. Pensive look for others.
Today we see a lot of champions from over 100 countries from all around the world, here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh.
Just waiting for the official start of the 2025 Riyadh Marathon, the 4th edition of this event. Organised by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, and alongside so many partners that have brought this race together. Many of these organisers have been up for so many hours. I don't think any sleep's been had by some as well. So much preparation over the last few days. There's such a busy financial area and social area as well. So to close off the roads in what is such a fast developing region of Saudi Arabia, that again is testament to not just the organising committee, but the support, the government support behind this event. That should definitely be a real selling point of the mission of bringing sport and physical activity and wellness. The expo that's been going on, and we've got some great shots of that coming up as well. The kids that have had their chance to take part in different activities, hopefully inspire them to not just go on and maybe run the 4K, but they might go up distance, whether that's 10K, half marathon, or whether we see some of them on the start line of the marathon in years to come. So I think we're just waiting for the Prince to be the official starter of the race. You can see the masses behind, and this is one of the very special things with any major city marathon, is these elite runners are some of the very best runners in the world, and the masses behind them, some of them, this is their first ever marathon. That will be the case for some of our elites as well. Don't be fooled, there's a few debutants in there. But for some of these runners, this is their first ever marathon. They've been following a training program, whether that's online or one they even printed out and put on the fridge. And they'll be covering the race distance. Some with more nerves than others. And they'll be having strategy discussions around taking gels on board, rehydrating, refueling. And you saw some of them with their headphones. They'll be getting their playlist ready as well. I don't think we'll see any of the elite athletes with headphones. Their playlist will be the training sessions that for many of them they've completed at high altitude in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Uganda, making sure that they keep in tune, listening to their bodies, as the elite athletes will. They'll be so finely tuned that they wouldn't even need a watch for the first kilometre. They would almost be able to run it and know exactly the pace that they were operating at. So it is very last-minute preparations here. Introducing the partners, introducing the dignitaries here to set the race on its way. The 4th edition of this super popular 4-race program today.
National Event Centers, Saudi Athletes Federation, Ministry of Sports.
And all the elite athletes want to do now is go on their way, start their journey, start their race. Once the warm-up's done and the final preparation is complete, then runners only normally feel normal once they get underway. this is probably the worst part, is the weight. The organisers, you can see, they're just waiting for final confirmation. The road is good. There's our defending champion, wearing number 1, Wilfred Keegan. So 39 years young now, and that really is testament again to longevity in runners and the athletes that have gone now into their 40s and been smashing amazing performances. Eliud Kipchoge for one of those. The World Masters record holder, Kenenisa Bekele. The performances that these athletes are putting in into their 40s, not unheard of over the years. Carlos Lopez was in his late 30s when he won the Olympic marathon in Los Angeles in 1984. And fitting that we're heading back to LA for the next Olympics. And the thoughts do go out to those affected by the wildfires recently in what I'm sure will be an amazing Olympic Games, following on from Paris. And what a great job Paris did staging the Olympics. That marathon was something else. It reminded me more of a kind of stage of the Tour de France when that long climb and the sheer noise and numbers of people out on the course. I was one of those as well. It was a festival of sport and physical activity. After, obviously, the sadness of Tokyo, delayed for a year, and then no fans as well. A slightly soulless Olympic Games. So the energy brought back by Paris, I'm sure, will be continued. I can almost guarantee it will be continued with maybe a little bit of Hollywood stardust sprinkled upon it for Los Angeles. So love watching the drills of the Ethiopians. If you haven't ever watched the Ethiopians warm up, then there's some great videos online. And the warm-up drills you're watching, it's done in tandem with about 30, sometimes up to 100 athletes in sync. And it is something to behold when they are in unison and very much showing what a rhythmical event running is, and staying relaxed and as chilled out for as long as possible. And that's what they need to do on this start line right now. So again, if you're joining us, huge welcome this morning to the 2025 Riyadh Marathon. This is the 4th edition of this spectacular 4-race program organised by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, alongside the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. Sold out to 40,000 entries. So over the marathon, half marathon, 10 kilometres, and the family-friendly 4 kilometres that we will see thousands of all abilities, all ages later today. I'm sure they're up now, just about to watch the marathon and maybe getting their last-minute breakfast and hydrations on board. That's the mass start line behind the elites. Elgar is there on the screen wearing the yellow, the Moroccan. He was delighted 12 months ago to be on the podium. And wouldn't he love to be on the podium again? The last minute stretches. We're just waiting for that confirmation, and our runners will be set on their way. So the weather here is very conducive to fast running. Minimal wind, 10 degrees now, expecting around about a high of about 14, 15. And very clear skies as well, which will mean some superb aerial shots of the busy business district here, and fantastic mix as well of history as we head out onto the streets, and then the huge infrastructure and development and support from various organisations, businesses that have either started here or relocated to Riyadh. Such a bustling and busy area now, and you'll see in the 4K becoming so popular with families, and this push to get people active and give them as many opportunities. It's about breaking down barriers, often with sport and physical activity, whether that is different target groups from gender, whether that's age, whether that's disability. It's showcasing, often it's about the kind of communication of when things are going to happen, and the kind of pillars that they're very much showcasing here, the likes of education, community, volunteering, and that's such a huge part of this event, and then fitness and well-being, the benefits of sport. The physical benefits are often talked about, often showcased, but the mental benefits to well-being and just feeling good about yourself. I don't quite think my day has been quite what it should be unless I've managed to get a run in. I know many of our runners feel like that out there. So good morning if you're joining us, if you're delaying or got back already from your run. We are moments away from the start of the Riyadh Marathon 2025. You can see, I think they're the pacing flags with the ASICS logo on, ASICS on board. That's one of the key sponsors.
Our dear champions, we wish you a good luck.
And they're welcoming the champion, Wilfred Keegan, onto the start line. There is always a pressure associated with being a defending champion, but there's also a bit of assurance that you know exactly what you're doing. You know the course, you know how to pace it successfully. And I think the elite runner's just been told that there's just a few more minutes until the start, so shake their legs out, a couple of strides. Some of them will take up that opportunity, others, and you can see the pacers just having a chat. Sometimes it's a nervous smile from pacemakers because so the pacemakers will go out at the front. They won't finish the race. It's often in their contracts, even though there have been a few high-profile pacemakers that have gone the full distance. That Komora, the Kenyan, went the full distance a few years back and ended up then becoming one of the greatest runners of all time. But it is possible, but for many, it's getting over the half marathon, maybe to maximum 30 kilometers. If our pacers get to 30 kilometers, then that's normally a sign that they've done a great job. And obviously at the allotted paces. So again, confirmation, course records, 2:06.27, the inaugural year of this event. Kamachu, the Ethiopian, another Ethiopian, Alamu's 2:24.30. The women's course record. So that's a positive sign. They've been called behind the start line again. They've all got to get behind that start line before they set them on their way. The camera phones are out. There'll be some great shots from today's race. You can definitely see the nervousness of those that are obviously part of organising. Just a note that they're enjoying the day, but they've also know that they've got to run one of the distances as well. So the orange signifies the full marathon distance. See that on their bibs. Said there's some game faces, there's some happy faces, some smiling, some thumbs up. And part of ASICS's support is 40,000 race T-shirts. So you'll see the ASICS logo many times, and it'll be flying the flag in different colours as the elites are told to go back out for another stride. So with any major city marathon, the course has to be 100% given the green light, given the health and safety, given the importance of looking after not just the elites but all the runners involved, and also it's to make sure the medical team are fully in place as well. Whether that's the ambulances, whether that's the different sections on the course. It's absolutely fundamental. So a slight delay, and the athletes won't mind at all, given that they know that the magnitude of closing off one of the busiest areas in the kingdom. And again, look at that. There's some great shots. It's very calm here at the moment, but that calmness will subside very slightly when the races do get underway. Especially when you see and have an appreciation of the speed that the elite runners will be traveling at. So expecting about 3 minutes per kilometre for the men. So looking around about 63 minutes or under at halfway. For women, 72 minutes at halfway. It'll be about 3:30 per kilometre. So for men, that's, if you work in miles, about 4 minutes and 48. For women, that's about 5.5 minutes per mile. That's always a discussion point with runners on your watch. Are you a kilometre person or a miles person? So listening to people talk about advice for the marathon. I did the New York City Marathon before Christmas, and I did all my training in kilometres, and then when it came to marathon, changed it to miles, just because I couldn't bear seeing the split pop up 42 times, 26 times as manageable. And then read a great article, and someone suggested that you should have it set for 5 kilometre splits, so you only see it 8 times. So I might try that next time, because certain parts of different courses, you can definitely have a slow mile or a slower, 8-9 minute section, and then you can definitely pick it back up. But often if you look at a split, whether it's a kilometre or a mile, you can get disheartened, or but it kind of levels its way out, especially over 5 kilometres, and kind of breaks it down. So anyone running a marathon to come soon, let me know what you end up doing in terms of breaking it down. The elites will have their different methods, different ways of mentally breaking down the distance. The training that goes into the marathon often means that the marathon distance is not covered in training. There's not many events where that is the case, and that's why it's just such a fascinating race, because there can be periods of time where you are in the total unknown, and for some making their debuts, for some that haven't run a marathon in a few years, so once they go past that 20-mile point, that 22, 23 miles, it's often the maximum the runners will cover in race distance in training. And then the final part is the fascinating part that I can't wait for us to get to later this morning. Now I think we're getting final confirmation that we are good to get on our way here at the 2025 Riyadh Marathon.
15 seconds.
We're getting a 15-second countdown. Saw some of the elites diving off to get last-minute hydration. They're all there, and the start pistol goes, and we're off. The anticipation, the nervousness will be slightly diluted now. And there we go, Riyadh Marathon 2025, elite men, elite women, going over 42 kilometers, 26.2 miles. This is the 4th edition of this ever popular event. The masses will follow behind. And then in around about an hour's time, half marathon runners will be on their way. We've got some fast elite runners in that assembled field as well. And then after that, the busy 10-kilometer distance. Slightly modified parts of the course to accommodate the different distances. And again, that's part of the logistics of making sure that each of the races cover their allotted distance. And there's the elite women's race. They want to stay together as a pack for as long as possible. They won't want it to break up too early, too soon. Women's pacemaker, Anthony Akai, is a 2:16 marathon runner himself, but I think that was, again on my sheets, was he was pacing in Valencia as well. So just to give you context, that gets you 85th place in Valencia pacemaking. And himself, though, 9th in Linz. So that's the quality of runners that the elite women have at the front. And there, the masses now. They've just seen the elites go on their way. So their watches will be ready.
Let's do a little bit of a warm-up.
The playlists will be pumping out some, hopefully some progressive tunes this morning. I don't want to start with too much of a power tune for the first kilometre, especially as it is their potentially their first ever marathon. And there is something about that that first marathon, and it's still less than 1% of the population have completed the full marathon distance. I think great stat by Hannah England, fantastic commentator and a world silver medalist herself, that I think more people have PhDs in the world than have completed a marathon. So if that stat is true, that's an amazing stat. If it's wrong, then postcards to Hannah England. But you can see the balloons in the background. Now, there'll be paces. So different ways of showing the pacemakers, whether that's feather flags and the balloons. Some are easier to run with than others. So I'm sure they would have tested them out over the last few minutes as well. But don't have much of a say, but they will play such an important part. Now, the elites obviously have their pacemakers, absolutely fundamental at the elite level, but for our mass runners to have pacers is really beneficial, because people have, you know, goal times in mind, and often people don't really know how to pace the early stages. Now, these will be experienced club runners, people that have done the marathon before, and therefore having them out there to help bring people and pace people in the early and latter stages of the marathon. So I absolutely salute those mass pacers out there. I know many of you out there that have run half marathon and marathons that have benefited from pacers over the years, that they are superb to have. Talking about superb to have, the elite men's pacers, Jackson Ruto is one of those. 2:12 marathon man himself from Hanover back in April last year. Cameo is the other pacemaker. Now, on his stats, I was trying to get understanding on the birth date that we've got, and slightly different to another Camaro who ran back in 1999, a 62-minute half marathon. But these are quality runners nonetheless. These are runners that they're going to be looking to get that halfway and around that 63-minute mark. And the women, again, if we can get around that 72-minute mark, that will be right around what the elite race coordinators will be aiming for, because they love seeing course records being smashed. And we're waiting for the gun, for the masses. I think it's going to be exactly 5 minutes, or just over 5 minutes from the start of the elite men's and women's races. There you go, and look at that. There's some sprint starts. Oh, I don't think they're going to keep that pace going. That was a very excitable start by a few there, and I don't think they're going to finish at that pace. But you know what? The enthusiasm, the energy here this morning in Riyadh is infectious, and I think that might have got through to some of those masses at the front of the mass race. So, elite women, one big train, one big group here. And the fact that they're running around 5.5 minute miling, and they look at their cadence, that's the speed of their kind of leg turnover, how efficient and effective and almost slow that pace looks. And you can see there, that's the blue, the 4K turnaround point. So that's just after the 2 kilometer mark. So the 4K runners will go up, make the right-hand turn, then back on themselves, back to the Kingdom Arena. And there you can see the gap from the elite women to the elite men in just over 2 kilometers. But expecting the elite men to be running about 30 seconds per kilometer faster than the elite men. And there, one of the pacemakers on the back already. That's interesting. Wonder whether he might have had an issue, because you wouldn't expect a pacemaker to be at the back of the group. You expect them to be right at the front of the group. So maybe a slight issue. Maybe got caught out by the start. Maybe had to stop and tie a shoelace. You never know. There's so many different things that could happen. And he seems to have made his way back, and looks as if he's back in contention with the lead group again. But to be effective, he's going to have to get his way to the front of that group. 9 is Abu Talahan. Now, he was second last year. So he's a sub-60 minute half marathon at best. The 26-year-old Ethiopian ran his personal best here last year, but he is in good form. 61.15 in Houston on the 19th of January. And that didn't get you in the top 20 in Houston. There were some fast times. And Conor Mance's American record was very impressive that day. But just the depth in Houston was one to watch. 61 minutes there. It's always an interesting one for marathon runners when they come off a good half marathon in a marathon build. It can mean a few things. Obviously, it means they're in shape, but it's the amount of effort, the amount of work, and obviously the travel to the race as well. It means that there's certain marathon work that wouldn't be done in that period. And then it's just the fatigue out the back. I mean, the fact that he has run much faster for the half marathon might suggest that that 61.15 could well have been a pace type effort for today. And if that is the case, then he won't want to hang around here today. If Houston was almost a marathon type effort, then he's going to want a 62-minute first half. And on the screen, you can see he does look very, very composed, and almost just saying to the pacemaker, you know what, I'm in shape, let's keep this going, let's keep this moving, I don't want to hang around today. And there, the shot of the second of the pacemakers, and now he did seem to make his way back onto the field, but the fact that the second pacemaker is almost being dropped stride by stride, I think he's got an issue. And that's the first story of the day. James Kiplagat, mentioned him in the build-up, 13th in Barcelona. Again, some of these runners that are looking for a big marathon finish, it can be so important to the trajectory of their careers, to their next marathon, where they go from there. And there's the shot. Love the split screen shots here. It's definitely one that helped the commentators to just see the quality of the runners and the running economy of the runners as well. That's how economic they are off the ground. The technology and rise of super shoes has been such a driving factor over the last almost 8-9 years now. It's about 2015, 2016 when super shoes were kind of just making their way into the elite end of the running market. Now pretty much everyone will have a pair on, won't they? The masses, they just know the benefits, the extra cushioning, the energy return that you get back from the different brands of shoes, and all the brands now, they're all up on it now. They know the benefits to the elites, but the mass market. And what we are in right now is a special time for road running and running in general. A real running boom. As a child growing up in the 90s, hearing about the previous running boom in the 1980s. I do definitely think we're back here now. And the rise of being a marathon tourist as well. People traveling far and wide to visit different corners of the globe and run different marathons. And that's something that is something so special about this sport. And as we saw with the masses earlier, it captures the imagination, and the marathon still does that, of people that are looking to get not just physically active, but really challenge themselves. And there, the second pacemaker has got back on board, so it must have been some effort. So I wonder whether he did have an issue, whether that was maybe a stomach or something similar. But he'll be delighted to be tucked back in that group. And there is Wilfred Keegan at the back. He doesn't need to play closer order at the moment. So 12 minutes, so 4 kilometers in. So we'll keep an eye on that first 5 kilometer split. That will be an interesting one to see how close to that 15-minute mark we are. And then we'll know if we are on early course record schedule. A lot can change, a lot can happen. And Kiplagat on the right of that screen in the white, wearing number 10. Racing the Istanbul Marathon in November, 5th place there. And, was on commentary for his race in Copenhagen as well. So a good 5th place, 2:10.58, which was I think where his lifetime best comes from. So top 5 in those 2 races. That's a quality position, and second the Castilian Marathon as well. So James Kiplagat's got a good record over the last 12 months. And, this is his first marathon of 2025, like it is pretty much all of these runners, as we are very early into the marathon program for this year, and it will be a busy year. So this is always the first of the interesting points. Now the drink stations are always a bit of a battle, always one where they want to get their own drink on board. And the elites are very lucky where these tables are put out for them, but their drinks are made up the day before, and they'll be very specific to their own needs and wants. So the amount of carbohydrates, the amounts of fluids, sometimes they have a gel attached to the bottle as well. But, again, there's been so much development, technology in the quality and substance of refueling drinks over the last few years as well. And that's something that has definitely helped improve the performances of marathon running. And you can see that by just the times and quality, that, not just in the world records, but in the depth of marathon running as well. So there's our pacemaker. looks like pretty much all the elite women are in this field and have gone with the pace. It'll be a lonely run to have been dropped in the very early stages. So 15 minutes on the race clock. So the elite men coming towards their, or just past the 5 kilometres. Wait and see if we can get confirmation of that first split. Pacemakers just checking their watches, making sure that they're where they need to be as well. 8 is Kameli. Why is it Kameli? He was 6th in Porto last year, 2:08. So with the 5th place in Linz as well. He's someone that on my notes I looked at to think, do you know what, he could be competitive. And, someone that's finished top 6 in Talent, 4th in Hong Kong. So he's been there or thereabouts in a number of different marathons, in a number of different locations. And the skyline, the different locations as well. That's the Noria Bint Abdurrez El Kaber's Grand Mosque. It's just past the 5 kilometre point. Again, you can just see the beautiful clear sky. You can see there's just almost no breeze, so no wind for the runners to contest with today. And the temperature on start time was around about 10 degrees, and the elite women there, that was a busy drink station. And that's just one of the factors to consider when in a large group, that they just need to think about. The drink stations are around the 5 kilometre points. They almost need to be switched on, need to be on the right side, literally the right side of the road. They need space, time to grab their own bottle. Because even though there is water out in the course, the energy and the refueling that's needed in the marathon is fundamental to their own carbohydrate drink, and also taking gels on board as well, so they will not want to miss their own drink. There's some lovely long straight sections of the course. There are a few twists and turns. It's almost impossible to avoid on this course, but there are also some parts of the course where they can really flow in rhythm. The pacemakers can clip off another few kilometres. They get some good support on the side as well. What you will see is just so much development here in Riyadh. There is something happening in almost every corner. Whether that's new apartments, whether that's new business quarters. So many different business and organisations are locating here as well. And that's, again, something that is really being pushed, and that's why or supported. There's so many that are being involved and wanting to be involved with the marathon as well. I think that's something that Saudi Awal Bank and the likes of ASICS and Tuareg, and some of those drink stations, the likes of Gatorade, Aquafina, and PepsiCo, just different organisations that are part of this big race and this big weekend, the Expo. The Expo's been a real success this year. So again, the Saudi Sport for All Federation, the SFA, so their international sporting event. So with the Expo over the few days prior to the marathon, so the Expo served for athletes and the masses all collecting their bibs, and real focus on sport, health, fitness, and showcasing some of the current cutting-edge equipment, but also the different activities and great places for networking, as well as workshop on mindfulness and nutrition. So many different things for people to do in the Expo. And there's the lead women on the right of the screen. All the field in contention there. Shura there, another athlete wearing 55, second in the Hangzhou Marathon. She set her lifetime best to 24. Brethren Shuranet, another talented Ethiopian, so many talented Ethiopians. So 69.23 half marathon personal best. So she won the Rio Marathon 2:39 back in June. It's a former top 8 in the world cross, I think, as a junior. So look at, talked about long straight roads, and there on screen you can see that good surface underneath as well. So the pacemakers just clipping it out. Ruto, Kamayo are those two pacemakers in the blackened green and full green singlets. So very good runners in their own rights, but today it's a selfless job, a hard job of being the pacemaker out there. So around about the 7 kilometer point, you can see they're hitting Grand Mosque. So we're on, I think, King Khalid Road towards the 7 kilometer point. The athletes will be trying to dial in such a skill in this part of the race. So a little look at the watch. We'll take a left-hand turn towards the 8 kilometer point. That will be the King Street. You can see just there's a few different running techniques. That always fascinates again within a league group, and again with the elite women on the right-hand side. You see different amounts of sort of reaction off the ground. Some their heels very much come underneath them. Some it's very, very low to the ground as well. Marathon running does come in different shapes and sizes. You can see different heights of runners as well. The optimal kind of running style is the foot landing pretty much underneath you, almost falling into the next foot strike. And, see that right in the center of our screen. That's a great shot. And almost, you don't want to be running with a handbrake. If you sat back too much, then you're fighting your own mechanics. Whereas that forefoot, that relaxed shoulder carriage as well, and the hips allowing the drive from the quads, the stride length to be as optimal. And again, you don't want to overstride in a marathon or any running distance, but you want enough power and enough strength that you're landing your foot strike and then feeling like you want to instead almost fall into next foot strike. That was Roby on the screen in the blue, and someone that knows how to podium here. Personal best comes from this race. So a 70-minute half marathon runner from Rabat in 2023 as well. And I think if you finish second in a race, there's only one place you want to go, and that's the top spot of the podium. So that was 2 years ago. So sometimes runners like returning to locations, venues, races where they've had some really good success. To talk about returning to where they've had success, 2 of our top 3 from last year on the back of that group. Wilfred Keegan in the white, just biding his time. Manil El Ghariz is the Moroccan in the yellow with the arm sleeves. So 3rd last year. Again, he's biding his time at the back of the group as well. Just again, it's about being as relaxed, controlled, economical as it can physically be at any point when you're running 3 minutes per kilometer. So if you do have a want to see what that speed is like, then you could set it on your watch, but if you've got a local track, you can venture down and that's running 1 lap in 72 seconds. And for the marathon, that's over 100 times. So Manai on the screen there, his personal best from Dubai last year. So that was 2:09.09. And on my screen he's 22 now, so at the start of his marathon journey. So up against athletes in their late 30s, so giving up 17 years. But that also, again, is a very interesting point about marathon running. Once upon a time, it was seen that you went to marathon running after a successful track career, and there's some interesting athletes here that have dabbled a little bit on the track. Going through the stats, I noticed that a couple of athletes that have done steeplechase this year as well as a few 5Ks and 10Ks on the track. But it used to be you had a full career on the track and then you navigated to the marathon in maybe your 30s or sometimes late 30s as well. But now we've got a new generation of marathon runners that often don't even bother with the track, have never even been on the track, but go straight to marathon running. And it's definitely true of a lot of these very talented Ethiopian runners. Over there on the screen, who's wearing 57 at 2:25. Runner-up in Malaga a few years ago. And again, on the notes in front of me, that she was one, again, to look out for. And one that maybe due a big jump at some point as well. Sifa there just behind her, wearing 64. Winner of Munich last year. Anyone that's won a big marathon, a city marathon, I always highlight them and see them as someone that winning is a bit of a habit, knowing how to do that. And your preparation, if you do win a marathon, then you know the preparation you did works. So often it's about doing the same again. So welcome if you're joining us this morning here. It's the 2025 Riyadh Marathon in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Sport for All Federation have done a sterling job with this 4th edition of this ever popular event, alongside the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. The 40,000 entries to go over this 4-race program. So the half marathon runners will be next to be set on their way. We're at 28 minutes now into the elite men's and the elite women's races. The masses have been set on their way in the marathon. And then later today, after the half marathon, we have the 10K and 4-kilometer distances. The numbers that are going to be in that 4K is going to be absolutely phenomenal. But sport is about having role models, and the elite runners are absolutely that, showcasing the speed, the grace, the talent and hard work that goes into being an elite runner. The elite female runners getting some great coverage here. Over there on the front of this group as well. The almost single file nature of it. I wonder whether it will split up at some point. I think that's Demi there, is the tall striding athlete. I think wearing 63 in the black. She won Guangzhou 2 years ago in China. Lots of quality marathon races in China. That a lot of these races, or these athletes, have raced each other to various half marathon and marathon distances. Jogu is the athlete in the orange, who's playing the closest order with the pacemaker. There's a little bit of local sound, so enjoying that sound as they've headed down the King Street, the street with trees. The local noise and the cheers, that'll be very much appreciated by the runners as well. nice bit of atmosphere on the various parts. There are some quiet parts of the course, but given the different forests and trails and solitude of being a distance runner, that will be something that they're very accustomed to. Not the noise and cheers of the track. Distance running is very much kilometre and miles, and these runners will be covering probably up to about 200 kilometres per week, and there's definitely no one out cheering those, so they won't mind that today. And, see some of the great backdrops here, and also just shows you how much space is still around the different sections, different suburbs of Riyadh. You can see there's almost just an opening to each of those that just almost waiting to be developed, and for some additional infrastructure. And there's the runners. Oh, just a little conversation between runners on the right hand of the screen. Just runners do hand signal and gesture, and a bit of chat between the runners as well. Kiplagat's still there on the left of the screen. We're looking for the defending champion. I think he's tucked right in the middle of the group. Was at the back, Keegan. And something about being right at the back of a group that can be slightly unnerving as well, especially if things are happening up front, but not look like much is happening. The two pacemakers are just getting their work done this morning, and the business-like approach of the pacemakers will be trying to be as metronomic, as controlled as possible. So we're 10 kilometers in. We're trying to get an update on those splits as well when they are brought to us. But the fact that we've got a good field, I love seeing the numbers in this elite men's race go with the pace, the same as the women's as well. That means that always means you've got a higher chance of a faster race, the more runners that go with the early pace. But, the agents and coaches will have known the potential pace for a number of weeks, so there's always a paces and technical meeting often the night before a race, where final confirmation sometimes slightly tweaks of if there's going to be more than one group. Munai there wearing 11. I think that's maybe that's the winner from last year, Keegan, on the left of the screen. I think that's Kiplagat there wearing 10. It is Kiplagat wearing 10, wearing 13. Mathani is the 7th place finisher for Frankfurt last year. 31-year-old, 209.31, the Kenyan's personal best. Chalangat looking very well. Chalangat, the Porto winner last year, the Ugandan. So he's definitely up against an Ethiopian and Kenyan army, but the Ugandans, see Joshua Cheptegei's unbelievable performances, and Limo as well on the road. They've got some super pedigree, the Ugandans. Just maybe just not the sheer depth of the Ethiopian and Kenyan runners, but in terms of quality, any Ugandan runner, especially if they've won again a city marathon that Chamlangat has. So again, keep an eye out for number 14. Many of these runners just biding their time, tucked into the group. You can hear that sound of the carbon-plated shoes reacting off the ground. It's hypnotic, it's rhythmical. And again, just start looking for any telltale signs of fatigue on the faces. And there's the expo, there's the race village. So the athletes and runners will be getting themselves ready for the half marathon. There's loads of things going on in the village, as there has been for the last couple of days as well. So the different stages, and, whether that's showcasing physical fitness, whether that's showcasing well-being. There's been different presentations on the stages, different partners that are linked to the event of giving out. There's a great shot of the expo. Flying visit around the SFA Expo. It's been open since the 5th of February. And getting kids active, whether that's dodgeball, whether that's table football, super skilled, different bits of functional fitness as well. I think this is the key, is the link to the likes of technology, whether that's the emerging technologies coming through. Some great designs, and bringing sport and physical activity to life for our youngsters, and breaking down barriers, whether that's gender, disability, age. ASICS, the official partner of the race as well. So we're showcasing their different shoe technologies, and the history that's blended into this city of Riyadh. And the community embrace this race. This is a really important part, landmark of their event. The Kingdom Tower, as well as a superb, there it is, jewel in the crown of this busy business district that is about sport and fitness and well-being. That's the business today, and the business of showcasing the importance of getting the body moving, getting the mind working, and that's the huge work that the Saudi Sport for All Federation do year on year. And there are different partners with the government organisation, whether that's education, community volunteering, fitness, well-being, through their recreational sports programs designed for those target groups. And these are the role models out there right now. There's the 10-kilometre split for the elite women. 35-23 is that split, and you can see the number of athletes on there as well. So they're tucked in to this league group. And again, safety in numbers will be really important to well, just maintaining the pace in the latter stages. Because once the pacemakers or pacemaker does drop out, but when you have a male pacemaker, a little bit more luxury in that sometimes they can go the full distance as well. The races that we have seen that happen, it's not unusual for pacers to go the full distance. But in the elite men's, the pacemakers will definitely not go the full distance. So there's our pacemaker, who's got them through that first 5 kilometres. Maybe just a few slightly short of that league group that we had maybe a few kilometres before, but pretty much everyone is there that we expected to be. The back of that group is Gidai Guadagüero, the athlete that I mentioned, the fastest athlete in the field, 2:23, but not in that type of shape at the moment. I think the half marathon will also have a slight delay to its start time as well, but the reports are that the 10K and 4K will go off at the allotted times. So I think that we'll see the 10K. The half marathon will go off a few minutes past the hour. It's due at 1:45, so 40 minutes on the race clock. You can see the mass warm-ups as well. That's always a fun part of any mass road race. The mass warm-ups, whether that's someone on stage, whether that's people running around these race expos and villages. And this is such a large space as well. This definitely offers that, and definitely gives an opportunity to stretch the legs, warm themselves up. I'm sure there's been a few coffees that have been consumed this morning. Not essential for runners. That's always, again, that's a discussion point of either new runners or people making their marathon debuts of what to have on race day. These elite runners, nothing that have been taking the chance. Often runners travel with their own breakfasts. Yes, you heard it first, that they will not risk or sometimes the unknown of what might be available at the hotel buffet. And, they might take their own breakfast. If you've put everything into marathon prep, for some of these, this might be their only marathon of the year, and this could be the payday. That means that they can train or stay at home for the rest of the year. But therefore, not running the risk of trying something on race day. So I always try and relay that to our new runners out there. And when you're going to run in your first marathon, then practice in some of your long runs. As I said, you won't run marathon distance in training, so whether that is your 20-mile run. But I would run at race time, and I would have the night before something that you know sits well on the stomach, gives you a bit of carbs, and then on race day again something a few hours before, easy to digest. And again, if you're used to caffeine, then go ahead, it's normal coffee as usual. But if you're not someone that normally takes caffeine on board, then if you do want to try it, then long runs is the best time to try it, not race day. So that when you come to race day, your routine, your preparation, and that's what these runners on the screen, everything they've done, probably this in this build-up, is something that they are used to, that they've practiced, that it's not left to chance. And Elgar's there in the yellow. He knows that this is not left to chance. Third last year, and another decent marathon later on in the year. So again, it's for some of these, does set them up for 2025. So this is a World Championship year, so they might have half an eye on World Championship qualifying. And that's not always about hitting qualifying times. It's about hitting various points through the year in terms of races and also your federation. So there are ways of making championships as well. And there's also different events going on that they could get themselves selected for. And also, this is the shop window for other city marathons, and getting your name signed on, and often with those you'll get an appearance fee. That means that they can go away and put that high altitude training block in to then come down to their next race. But they will be so focused on this now, and you can see that focus, that determination. That they almost won't want to give any of their cards away. Running is a bit like poker, a card game out on the street, in terms of not going out too hard, in terms of oh, there's a faller there. Was that Tassone? Oh, that was just a slight slip, and that was a really kind moment there for one of his runners. Went back, it could have been Talahan, I think, second last year, and I think it might have been Talahan. So in the sky blue, I hope he's okay. There's always a worry when a runner falls over. There's a bit of a check of, you can see him checking his left arm, his knee, and oh, it goes straight into a drink station. So maybe a slight benefit of that. And here it is, slow motion. So one of the turns, a little bit of navigation of our runners, and there you can just see him almost taking a bit of a slip, a slide. That's unusual to go forward, feet forward. Normally it's the other way, which that might have saved him, because often if it's a fall forward, and a total unknown, whereas a slide backwards hopefully took away some of the impact, and he didn't fall onto his knees, didn't fall onto his wrist forward. So momentum-wise, and hopefully damage limitation for Talahan there. And we do hope he's okay. There's nothing worse than the amount of training that goes into a marathon, and then an innocuous corner where you just lose concentration. And I think that could be Kiplagat at the back of that group. I don't know whether he was caught up in the fall or whether he was just having issues with the drink station. But Kiplagat in the white at the back of the group is just rocking and rolling, just very slightly. Canberra is not rocking and rolling. He's in the kind of, is it pinky with number blue, number 4 on his vest, I should say. So again, he's a 39-year-old Kenyan. Not too, it's a celebration of age. I'm not really that worried about ages. It's more of an interest of longevity, and seeing runners that have had really good long careers. So he won the Rabat Marathon last year, so that's great to see. And it really means that athletes knowing how to look after themselves. The super shoes have helped that. Fueling has definitely helped that in terms of giving athletes more. 15 kilometers there, passed in just over 46 minutes. So that means that we are probably just outside the course record schedule. For course record schedule, we needed around about 45 minutes, and so about a minute or so outside of that as the athletes make their turn there. And I think that could have been the mat for 15 kilometers. The sign was a little bit before that, but regardless whether the sign was before the 15-kilometer mat, they are definitely outside course record pace. So very similar, I think, to last year's pace, the 2:08 pace that we had 12 months ago. But could see a quick second half. That can happen as well, as the athletes have doubled back on themselves. There's a few parts of the course where they are going to see themselves there. That's a great shot. The elite men on the right, the elite women on the left, going past each other with 47 minutes on the race clock. The athletes themselves will give them a little bit of a nod. Some of them are from the same training groups as well, so they know each other well. And that turn on the King Fahd Road, as the landmarks keep coming here. 48 minutes, and that could be the Samam Mosque, I think. Yeah, I think it is. Samam Mosque is on the left-hand side, around about that 16-kilometer mark. So 16 kilometers, around about 10 miles of running. There on the sign above. Slight downhill. The athletes will enjoy this. They would have come up a bit of an incline, so there's not too many hills on this course. Fairly flat, but there are a few undulations, and the athletes will enjoy a little bit of a downhill finish, a downhill section. There's a long way to go towards that finish, so it might be the finish for some of the pacemakers once you get towards that 20-kilometer mark. And often that is a signal for one of the pacers to step off. But whilst they're feeling good, whilst they're looking good, I can see them continue to go on. A little check of the watch just to check the confirmation that they are good to go for a few more kilometers. This part of the course is fairly tree-lined as well. There's some a bit of what might seem like a little bit extra oxygen. I always think that when trees are around, that does seem like there's a little bit more air. The big group and a few bollards to navigate. Hopefully Talahan does that safely. And I think he's back in the group, just trying to get confirmation of that. So the runners just finding their way onto the left-hand side of the course. So 50 minutes on the race clock. It's heading towards the King Faisal IBN, the ABD Al-Aziz. And then Wada Hanafa will be the next kind of landmark towards the 18-kilometre mark. So that's a historic part of the region here. Look at this. This is a great shot again, split screen. And does look like we've lost a few of the elite women. Every time we just pan back, it looks like we're a little bit lighter on the ground. Male pacemaker, just not ideal, almost coming to a stop. The body doesn't like that. It's a lot of energy consumption in slowing down to pick up the bottle and then accelerate out again. It almost makes it look slightly painful when that happens. What you don't want to do is tweak a knee or jar your back, and also have to pick up the pace to get back in contention with the pacemaker and that lead group. So 51 minutes on the race clock. Welcome if you're joining us for this morning's 2025 Riyadh Marathon. What is a busy day of racing. So I think we're less than half an hour away from the start of the half marathon. And then following that will be the 10 kilometers and 4 kilometers. So an event that is brought to you by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, the SFA, and, showcasing sport, physical activity and wellness. This lead group still very healthy in the women's races. They'll be heading towards that 15-kilometre mark. They might even have passed that as well. So next for them will probably be the 10-mile split for some that they will be keeping an eye on that as well. So you can see the race clock in front on the lead car. And again, our lead bike's doing a great job out there, making sure that we get the images of the elite men and the elite women. The production team doing a great job with the split screen. It really does see the races unfold. There's 15 kilometers for the women, 53.18. So my reckoning, just inside 18 minutes for that that last 5 kilometers. So pace has slowed a little bit from that 35.23 mark that we had for 10 kilometers. But again, there's a number of runners in that group, and they will know that significance and the significant prize money, what that could do for their career, their families, and their villages or regions and towns as well. So this is a significant prize money that they are chasing. There'll be bonuses for various times as well. And there's one of the slight declines. You can see the runners not always liking a bit of a decline. So runners would probably rather go uphill than downhill sometimes because of the braking nature on the body, the force and the balance that's needed on a downhill. Nature of this course, and then you can just see the speed. Look at that, the cadence, the speed that they come out of that slight drop down. Almost looks like a track race with the speed of turnover the driving of the arms. I'd love to know the speed right now. I reckon it's inside 3 minutes per kilometre. So this will be a slight acceleration. Elgar on the back of that group. Kiplagat's got back involved. Looked like at one point might have been being dropped at the back of that group also. It's Wilfred Keegan, the champion. So Goetsch's course record 2:07.23. A Moroccan win of Samir Joa in 2023, that 2:08.42, and then Wilfred Keegan 2:08.39 12 months ago. As the elite women get a shout out from some of the masses on the right hand side of the screen. There is the just over 15 kilometers. That's what that mat was there for, 15.55. So just I think checking that athletes do go over the furthest points in the course. So as much checking that runners cover the full marathon distance and cover the right distance. But that just gives us a time check. But, you can see that just a few, 22 seconds over the 15-kilometer mark that we saw them go past. So 53 minutes on the race clock. So another 5 kilometers, and then they'll be looking towards that halfway split. That's always a significant one in the marathon. And again, these runners so experienced. And, you can see that they're starting to the bunch. There's still not too much going on as the warm-up continues in the race village. Getting those lower limbs ready. The different coaches that have run some of the clinics, some of the courses this weekend with bib numbers on. So they'll be, I think, going in the half marathon that is due off in just over 20 minutes. It's a crossing point of the course there. So the runners following on behind the lead vehicle, coming up to almost an hour of running. That'll be something that they do almost daily. So even as a recovery or a standard run, but they've still got 2.5 hours of running to go. So there's a lot to still happen in this race. We're still in the very, very early stages. The applaud there, the volunteers at the drink stations. And again, that is such an important part of the Saudi Sport for All Federation, is the volunteer aspect of sport. And this is one of the slight climbs as well. So what we have seen with the declines, you're going to see with the inclines. So another drink station, another bit of hustle and bustle. And you can see the athletes that are delighted that they've got their own drinks. And, they're on their way. It's always a nervousness, or it seems like a nervousness around those drink stations. And then once they have got it, then they can settle down for a little bit as well. But still our pacemaker on the front, as in he has been for all of the race thus far. Okay, Antonio Kari is the women's pacemaker. So with a 2:16 to his name, he can cruise round to this pace at the moment. He does look very controlled, very relaxed at the front. That's what the runners behind will want. They don't want to be concerned with the pace. So look at this. This is a great shot again, as the runners navigate for position as well. There's not too many changes in positions. The first sign we will see of who is feeling good maybe is when the pacemakers do step aside and decide that their pacemaking job is done. Ronai is the athlete wearing number 11 in the orange. 10th in Dubai last year. This is 2:09.09. So he's someone to look out for. He's been vastly improving. Kemboy, he was the athlete second in Lisbon in 2024. As you can see, some of our support vehicles out on the course as well. And look at that, the numbers getting ready for the half marathon. So those orange t-shirts that we're going to see throughout today. So the orange numbers for the marathon, but orange t-shirts throughout this whole event here in the Riyadh Marathon. And there's going to be even more when you go through the 10K and 4 kilometers. 40,000 bibs sold out across the 4 races. And again, that's just a testament to the organisers. What a great job they've done. And again, in only its 4th year, not too many events growing this stature in such a short time. And there, the controlled nature of distance running. Almost no beads of sweat on some of these runners. Camille's the athlete there wearing 8. Always the athlete playing closest order to the pacemaker. Kemboy, who I just mentioned, is wearing 12. Manuel Kemboy, second in Lisbon. And again, he's someone to keep an eye out for. These athletes that are trying to make a really big name. He's in the ASICS kit, similar to the pacemaker on the right of your screen as you look there. So he's someone that, remember, Kemboy Chitwamba is a athlete that, with that second place in Lisbon, that definitely puts him on the radar. And Eindhoven in October, not quite the performance he wanted, was 13th there, and wanted a little bit more from that. And, but that second place in Lisbon, well, actually no, looking at it, he ran that the week after. That's a tough double. So 2 marathons in a week. However, that was designed. So 2:09 in Lisbon. And then looking down at these rankings, these records, the next week, that maybe does explain the 2:14. So it's a harsh schedule, 2 marathons in 2 days. So coming towards the halfway point. So we're looking out for the 21.1 kilometer split, and he's up and he's running well. Talahan there, was worried about him at one point. Wearing number 9, the sky blue, almost sat down on the course a few kilometers ago. And maybe that adrenaline shot through his veins, and he's decided now. Talks about his 61-minute half marathon this month. He's in good shape, so messing around or playing around at the back of the field and falling over, he might have decided, okay, that was his one life gone in this race. Now he's going to go to the front. Having run 2 and a bit minutes quicker than this for half marathon recently, this should feel fairly controlled for him. The camera on the athletes, so if it pans back a bit, and we might see whether they are at that halfway point, or Alvarez is on that group as well. There are some gaps growing now. This is interesting. This is probably the first time in the race that we've seen a number of athletes start to struggle. And this is a point of the race for some where it is a point of no return. If you drop off the group now, that could be your race gone. You might feel a little bit tired, or could be tough for a few kilometers, but it's so important not to drop off. when you need to be in that lead group. Because the lead group is where the racing is at. I wonder whether we have passed the halfway mark already. That could be the halfway mark now. That could be the mat. 65. I think that might be the halfway mat. So 65.16 unofficially. So if that is, then obviously course record pace has gone. But what we do have is a fantastic race. We have big numbers out there still battling it out in this 2025 Riyadh Marathon. The bit of an incline after this halfway point. Again, this will be feeding some of their legs, and look at that, the speed. And we have lost one of the pacemakers. I thought that would happen. The other pacemaker just turns around and says, I'm there, don't clip me, I can help you. And that was to Tillahan. And he does look really good on the right hand of the screen. So he was the athlete that took the tumble, but he'd gone up very quickly. So didn't do too much in the last year. So raced in Madrid in April. A bit disappointed, 65 minutes there. But for someone that has run sub 60 minutes, would have expected much more. But maybe this race took out a little bit more from him 12 months ago, and he was disappointed, I think, to only to not win when he got so close to the top spot 12 months ago. But oh, and look, another, I won't say disastrous drink station, but certainly not a good one. And I'm pretty sure that the athletes would have been very well briefed about when they are, but it's just the nature of being in the zone almost. So you're in the zone as a runner, and they're just almost just switching off. And then suddenly there's a drink station, and they it's almost like a surprise to them. So I think 22 kilometers, this could be the King Street again, known as the street with trees. So if you are joining us, we are at the halfway point, or over the halfway point for the elite men here at the 2025 Riyadh Marathon. Our elite women are heading their way towards halfway. Our half marathon runners are just over 10 minutes away from being set on their way over another modified course here. So they're slightly different course to the marathon runners, but there are some sections that are similar. It's a great lot of organisation into the infrastructure of the different courses to make sure that all of them can happen throughout today's programme. So there's going to be a lot of dialogue and discussion amongst the different teams out on the course to make sure the runners do go on the right paths to each of the races. So wearing 14, that's Abel Tulanga, that's the Ugandan. Now, I did mention him earlier and said that he was definitely someone to look out for. So strong-looking runner on the left of the screen. So the Ugandan heritage of distance running, so strong. And he's another one to add to that list. That Porto win, 2:24, sorry, in 2:010 in 24, just shows you that he's someone that is definitely to look out for. And, he will know that his prep for that was pretty good. He'll want to continue that. So not too much is known about him. He's still fairly new to the kind of international scene. So he's someone that, with just that Porto win, his preparation obviously went very well for that. So what else can he bring to his, on our paper, his second marathon? Wearing 4, Kawaba is the G7 man. And goes back to 2019, a little bit of fatigue on his face. Munai is the athlete wearing number 11. And there's the athlete Talahan. So wooden cross bouncing up and down. For some, they find that hugely distracting. For him, he covers all his marathon. There he is on the screen. So 2 hours, 8:51, his personal best from last year. Lovely looking runner. So smooth, so relaxed. And that slight lean forward just throws him into the next foot strike. With 70 minutes on the race clock, they know they're less than an hour away from what would be, for one of the runners here, an amazing achievement, because I don't know whether I can see Wilfred Keegan in there anymore. Has Wilfred Keegan, the defending champion, dropped off this group? I think he might have in the hustle and bustle of the last few kilometers. So Keegan was there, and I can't see him now. So if that is the case, which I think it is, then also struggling. Elgar is on the back of that group, third last year. So if that's the case, we're going to have a new champion for 2025. And there he is, just going through. Oh, that could have been Kiplagat. So even more of a gap back to Keegan. But this guy, he looks good. He's just rolling along, head bobbing from side to side. Able Chilangat there, the Ugandan, who's just a there's almost not a bead of sweat on his head. Just looks very, very composed. There's a few runners looking similar to him. There's a few that there's a little bit of signs of fatigue. As this group now narrows down, gets whittled down, almost not stride by stride, but definitely there's kilometre by kilometre, just a asking of questions on the fitness and the strength. And there's our half marathon runners getting ready. So I think they're a few minutes away from being set on their way. Bebo is the athlete on the left, another Ethiopian, 27:17 over 10 kilometers in 2023. So I think this is his half marathon debut. So we're always interested to see quality 10K runners stepping up. Mutai, 5007. I know him well. He's raced in Cardiff a number of times. Second in the Principality Cardiff half marathon in 2024, and was second in the Cardiff Cross, so organised by Welsh Athletics. So I was on the mic in Cardiff in November when he ran a very impressive cross-country race, and the runners themselves were absolutely flying over the grass. So interesting to see Vincent Mutai now on the back to a marathon. So and this is his marathon, half marathon distance, and he's so used to the half marathon distance. That's 60:13, and at one point, that's what I had in my notes, that it's going to be interesting to see when he steps up to the marathon distance. And maybe it could be this marathon. Wouldn't the marathon organisers love him to do well in the half marathon this year and entice him to make his marathon debut in 12 months' time? So Talahan looking round and almost turning full round, so doesn't want to do that again, because last time he did that he fell over, and I think it was just to chat to his training mate and pass over a drinks bottle. But yeah, I don't think he wants to end up falling over again. There's the elite women, Beatrice Cesarek. Again, she knows Cardiff well, winner of Cardiff in 2022. That was where she set her lifetime best, 66 minutes 48 seconds. Rassi is another talented Kenyan athlete in there, 67:12. Vivian Melli. So 4th in Prague, 4th in Lisbon, 10th in Copenhagen. So her personal best goes back to 23, which was 67.35. Yilmaz's another athlete with a 68.06 from Warsaw a couple of years ago. So the women's race very strong in the half marathon distance today. Bachrach is the fastest of the elite men. So it's 59.32 lifetime best. He has run a marathon. He was first over in Holland back in April 208. And steeplechaser, he's run steeplechase at 8:29. Dominic Karotaris is another name to look out for. 59.55 in Copenhagen back in 2018. It's the introduction there of our elite half marathon runners. Has this slight change on the course. So similar start, and they will double back on themselves. And the nature of this course means that we can expect some fast times. So half marathon course goes up to slight change. They don't go as far up on the first point as the marathon does. So slight change at 2 kilometers, and then also on the 10-kilometer point of the marathon. That's where they do make a slight turn back on themselves. So mentally much easier for the half marathon runners. They're going to have that turn back at just over 10 kilometers. So that'll be almost the halfway point in the half marathon, which I'm sure they will appreciate. Gutaris there was wearing 5:002 as the elite women half marathon runners are on the screen. So there'll be some nervousness. They'll be looking for some fast times. So we got minimal breeze, pretty good temperature here. So the course record, Daisy Ferocic was 68.52 back in 2022. So that was a quality bit of running that day. And the 2023 course record, Bernard Camelli in the men's. So there's the start list. Already mentioned a few of the athletes to look out for. The fourth place finisher in Cardiff as well. Koski is another one to look out for, Timothy Koski. So, and again, second in big half marathon out in China in November. So he's just over 60 minutes. So I think the course record, 62.35 in the half marathon, is definitely under threat today. I think there's a good chance of that. So Kelvin Kibwat actually improved it very marginally last year, 62.29. So that's the competitiveness that we've had in the elite half marathon. But I think the 61-minute clock is possible. Chesaret there at the top of that list. And again, that 68-minute time is definitely there to be shot at in the elite women's race. So they're just waiting for final confirmation. They would have probably known a little bit more in advance that there was a slight delay to the start. So they're just waiting now for final confirmation. Again, that the logistics are out there ready for the runners to go over the half marathon. Distance of 21.1 kilometers, 13.1 miles. It's the second elite race of this program. Marathon runners are in full flight. They're getting towards the business end of things. But right now, the half marathon runners with the masses behind them going over the same distance as well. So this is the Riyadh Marathon. This is the elite half marathon and mass half marathon. Baraj there wearing 5:001 as they're waiting now for the official start time.
لحظة لحظة هدي شوي لحظة ما في انطلاق الآن. easy
guys. Stay back, stay behind the line please. Stay behind the line. الرجاء من الجميع الوقوف وراء الخط الله يسلمكم.
Away. Apologies there, just a slight technical issue, but our marathon runners there, you can see, are going to be chased down by the half marathon runners. Well, they will be trying to give chase, but look, they're going to be running towards a much quicker cadence, much quicker tempo. And can we see the 61-minute barrier, maybe even the 67-minute barrier for women? But the men, it's going to be about pushing the pace on, because I don't think there are pacemakers. There weren't pacemakers showing up on our screen for the elite half marathon runners. So it is about them going into a little bit of race mode straight from the gun. But these runners won't mind that. They'll be quite used to that. Half marathon is about being a bit aggressive from the start. And we want definitely way inside 3 minutes per kilometres for the men. And probably around about the 3:10 mark for women. So, if not a little bit slower than that. But the 6 elite men, so whether that's Barkas, Kiratis, Kip Langett, Koskai, Mutai, and Bebo there, are the athletes that are the 6 high-quality athletes. And if you look at their personal bests, and obviously Bebo is making his debut, when you look at their personal bests, all of them have been inside 60 minutes or just a shade over 60 minutes. And that is a very, very quality half marathon field that's been assembled by the organisers. So here are the masses in the half marathon.
1 more minute to go.
And again, slight delay between the elite athletes in the half that are on their way and the masses that are on there shortly to be on their way. So again, I think there's the pacers. I think they're the pacers with the big balloons, or they're just people running with big balloons. So and here they are waiting. Watches are set in anticipation of being set on their way.
Try to stretch a bit, You won't see me, but stretch.
And it's countdown time for the masses in the Riyadh Half Marathon mass race. And there they go. And yes, they've gone out as hard as the masses did in the marathon, or maybe not quite as hard. I'm still waiting to see whether we do get shots of those athletes that did lead out the first 100, 150 meters of the marathon, and then it'll be fascinating to see where they are now and quite how they're feeling after that exuberant start earlier today. So, but it's been a fantastic morning so far in Riyadh. The noise, the different little bits of music and bands. Look at that, some great colour there. Love that, that's superb. The elite women half marathon runners. So again, they'll be looking to throw down a good time, a fast time. And they're going to be closely tracked at the moment, and it doesn't look like they've gone off at breakneck speed. And Vivian Melly there is the athlete wearing 55.4, 55.7. Kip Wemo, fourth in Ghent. 5.2, that is Cesarek on the right hand of the screen. So no races in 2024. So that could have been a number of things. It can be sometimes injury, sometimes it can also be childbirth as well. So there's a number of reasons why athletes might not show up for a whole calendar year, but she did race, I think, on the 19th of January, so 70.25 I think it was, so that's going to be interesting. So she has got a little bit of form, so and she has raced here previously. That was in 2023, and that was 69.23 that day. So, you know, someone that's won here previously. I think that's something that Cesarek, you know, being a previous champion here, and they're 27 kilometers on the screen. So our elite men are coming towards now a bit more of the business end. I think now the pacemakers have done their job. Yes, pacemakers are done. It is a race now. Talahan in the middle of that group. So the athlete Chimlanga in the blue. There's a little bit more urgency now, and you can definitely start to see a little bit more fatigue on the faces and in the running stride of these athletes as they're coming towards the 90-minute mark of running. And it is Chimlanga that moves on as the sounds and the sights change every corner here in Riyadh. So again, this is the 4th edition of the event, organised by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, and in organisation alongside the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. So we had the top 3 athletes return from last year, and only one of them is still in this group, and that is the athlete wearing number 9, Talahan. In this group also, his training partner, that's Tafari Bakili, who's wearing number 2. He's a 2:06 man at best, and ran, I think, in Madrid last year, and he ran very well there. And myself and Richard Narurka were commentating on that as they chased down Tafa. Fascinating race. Tafa went for it, and then, my memory serves me right, absolutely blew, and he held on. Bakili was one of those that was chasing him down, second that day, and that was quite a tough course, Madrid. Quite similar, you know, to today in terms of rolling. So I think Tafera Bakili is definitely someone to look out for on the right-hand side of the screen. And I think he is the same training group as Talahan, those two sharing drinks on the course. So 2 very good athletes. They know each other well. They're in this league group. And Bakili was also the winner of Links in Austria in 2022. So again, he's someone that knows how to win, knows how to run well, and he'll be someone that in the latter stages, that again will be an interesting athlete to view. So the women also in the marathon coming towards the halfway point. So there's their 23 kilometers. Nwakatu there is the Kenyan athlete who's on the front of the screen there, but it is the Ethiopian team behind. Look at that, and I say team because they are almost running like a team. Such strong numbers, such strength in depth as well in Ethiopian distance running. And just a little check of the hip there, a little check just to maybe just reassure that there's no niggle. And that was Demi there, Bakili Demi, the winner of the Gansu Marathon in 2023 in the orange with the arm warmers. Demi there just moving up and almost just playing a little bit of closer order. You see just slight differences in arm carriage from some of the runners there. Wataru there is the Kenyan athlete in the blue, who was given the leading point there with the Slight lean forward, the sky blue on the right hand of the screen. The Kenyan, fourth in the Eindhoven Marathon back in 2011. So the Kenyan athlete that's again really good longevity, and is right in this league group at the moment. I think that's the elite men now starting to continue to push the pace on. The athletes now know we're down to 7 athletes. So it's 7 athletes now. And you kind of think that this is where the race is going to be won or lost for these athletes now. There's no one behind is going to come onto this group. So Kawamba is there wearing 4. So just going down the list, Kameli is wearing 8. So we've got Bikili wearing 2, Kemboy wearing 12, Munai wearing 11, mentioned him a lot, Tilahan wearing 9, and then Chilangat, the Ugandan, wearing that blue singlet that he's now moved into 2nd place. Now this is probably the next big break. I think that could have been the 30-kilometer mark there, just over 1:31:47. That could have been a pickup in pace. This is our half marathon crew. This is the early stages of their half marathon. As they go past the Grand Mosque on the right hand side. The big group that we've got. Expect these 6 athletes to really racing out today. As I said, on paper, there's very little to choose between them. Bebo is the athlete that we're looking to see what his debut can bring over the half marathon. He's a athlete that, again, good trap pedigree. I'm expecting him to throw down a good debut. I think low 27 definitely suggests that a 60-minute clocking is possible. As they make the right-hand turn. Again, you can definitely see the difference in cadence between the marathon, half marathon runners. Slight difference in training, the speed, it's much more towards the kind of 10k, 5k type running that needs to go in for the half marathon, and then the longer, much more sustained running that's needed for the marathon running. So there'll be certain parts of the race that look very, very similar. And I'm sure we've got those coming up on the left hand of the screen with our marathon runners. Chilangat there. That kind of sky blue vest. You can see Tefera Bakili there on the back of that group. We're just moving into the middle of that group. So this is fascinating now. This is the part of the race that is going to be how much they've trained, how much they've refueled. Just how well that they're conditioned, and the nature of this course is they're going to know some parts now as they double back on themselves, and then there will be some unknown sections as they take the left-hand side, the left point at 34 kilometers. They make the kind of loop around back to the Kingdom Arena, Boulevard City. It's going to be how well they know the course. One man that knows the course well is Ebed Tilahan, 2nd last year. That's That's where he set his lifetime best, a 26-year-old Ethiopian, sky blue, with the kind of royal blue or light blue to the left of him as well. Chilanga, as the pace continues to build, wearing 12 on the front. Kemboy, second in Lisbon, and he's someone again that would love to go to the top spot of the podium. So it is Ethiopia, Kenya and Uganda that are represented in this league group. Kemboy, also known as Kipchumba as well. So many of the athletes on their bibs, their profiles, World Athletics. Can be sometimes slight confusions in their names. There you go, the 30 kilometers. I thought it was that official split. So course record is safe. So we're not going to visit, I don't think, the 2:06 mark, but if we do keep operating around about this 30-minute 10K pace that we've been running for the second half, then we're going to see a time probably around about the 2:07. So maybe slightly faster than last year, but it would take a big acceleration in speed to bring back the course record. So that is 12 on the front. Chipwumba. So the Kenyan, just a little look over his shoulder. He's the athlete that I said ran 2 marathons in a week. Do that. He ran 2:09, and then the next week, yeah, he was a bit tired. He ran 2:14. We will let him off. That is quite normal, I think, to feel tired. Talking about feeling tired or not tired, I tell you what, this guy's looked great. Abel Chipwumba, every so often just goes to the front and just starts to open out. So again, all I have is his first from Porto. That's a good stamp that this is a very good runner, but we don't know too much more about him. But he's someone that, age of 31, so he's well, new to us in terms of names, but could well have been on the Ugandan running scene a little bit longer. And he does look the real deal. So a little look to his left. A little thumbs up then from Talahan to that could have been the half marathon crew there. That was nice. The marathon runners, a little thumbs up, Talahan, to the half marathon crew. I wonder whether they gave a thumbs up. Reminds me when a bus company or a lorry company see the same company go past them on the road, they give them a thumbs up or a toot, and there you go. But look at the speed. I said there'd be similarities at some point between the marathon and the half marathon. This is it now, because this is the speed. It has increased, but a couple of pinch points in the race. I think we're in run right now. Isaac Kameli is trying to keep hold of that, wearing 8. So he's desperate to try and hold on. He was 6th in that Porto marathon that Chilanga won, so they know each other. They've got history, these two. Little wave of the arm by Kipchumba, who wants company. So he was the aggressor then, pushing the pace. We're coming up to 1 hour and 40 minutes, and this is probably crunch time, business time. Talahan, who looked so good for so long, other than that that slip, that fall, and now he's dropped back, I think, into 5th place. His training partner, his teammate, Bakili, is trying to bridge that gap in that kind of murky, reddy black, white vest, and he's doing that pretty successfully. He's not always looked the most comfortable of runners out there, but again, he's got a great profile. And that runner-up position in Madrid definitely signalled to me that he was someone to look out for. The elite women on the right hand of the screen. They are, again, just clipping out lap after lap. If this was a track, kilometre after kilometre, mile after mile. So 27 kilometres, 1:36. Asifa at the front of that group. Just see the Ethiopian graphic there. That is an Ethiopian top 6, just to confirm. And behind the male pacemaker, who at the moment I can't see him stepping off anytime soon, and that might play into the hands of those that can continue with this pace. As Talahan, has he got back in contention? I think he has. That surge, as now they hit a bit of an incline. The Talahan maybe just didn't fancy that surge, that increase in speed. So deciding then that it maybe was a bit too much, and deciding that it needed a little bit of smart running for a while. Munai, has he been running smart, or was that more fatigue for him? Talahan hasn't quite got onto the back yet. This now is probably an important couple of kilometres where he's going to have to try and get back on level playing with the elites field at the front if he's going to go better than his second last year. You can see him just almost reaching, desperately trying to stay in contention there. This is hurting now. Gets his drink, that's an important part of the race. Wouldn't want to miss that at this vital part. Of the energy gel, that's going to be beneficial in the very latter stages. A bit of music, a bit of atmosphere, just to remind them that the crowds are watching. They're putting on a great show here at the Riyadh Marathon 2025. Wearing 12, it's Emmanuel Kipchumba Kemboy, who's the athlete weaving around. He doesn't mind being at the front in that ASICS kit, one of the title sponsors of the race, but he goes to the front and then almost just waves around and just almost just signals that, yeah, he wants to be at the front pushing the pace, but he wants help as well. So that's always an interesting one. His drinks bottles are discarded. Might be only time for one more drink station, and even that it will just be about hydration, staying hydrated. Bikili looks good, number 2. So Tefera Bikili is the one that sat in that group, and little look, see his training partner Talahan, who's right there as well. So we're down to 5 again. So it did splinter, it did split up. Chelangat is the Ugandan. So it's Ethiopia, it's Kenya, it's Uganda in this top 5. And again, it's like downhill section of the course. The legs will be feeling that as well. Will be a slight respite and a slight recovery maybe for Talahan, who had to work hard to get back into that. And a little shot then on the right-hand side of the screen as well, back to the elite women. And again, it just doesn't seem like too much is happening. And that's not a bad thing if you're in this lead group. Obviously, if you've been dropped off, and that's not good. Cabetti there at the front, just sat behind the pacemaker. Again, just trying to keep clipping out these kilometres. The elite women 1 hour and 45 minutes into their race, so they've probably got around about 40 minutes of running. So this does start now to become a part of the race where there's so many numbers there. And, will they start to do something? Will someone lose a little bit of patience or ask the pacemaker to start pushing the pace on? The Rotari there, the Kenyan that we spoke about, the left hand of the screen there of her drink. So winner of the Lisbon Marathon back in October. So 30 kilometers for the women, I think they're 1:46.09 at 30 kilometers. So they have got 6.2 miles of running. So 6.2 miles, and any fatigue now, they're gonna have to forget it and go into racing mode, as in these 5 might become 6, because desperately trying to close down that gap is Munai. I don't know whether he can close it down. So back to the half marathon on the right hand of the screen. Mutai, has he been dropped? Down to 5. Vecto is the athlete in the blue at the back of that group. But Mutai mentioned he's had cross-country season from road season, a lot of races over in the UK. Maybe that's deceptive that he's just on the back of that group. The Kos guy's right there. Just a little drop down, and this is probably the downhill section of the course. So there's the half marathon. Kiplanga 25:57. So another Ugandan having a good day. So he's personal best 60:15, and winning Trento. Also does a lot of his training over in Kenya as well. So he ran 20 minutes of 10K in Porto in November. So Kiplangat had a bit of a cross-country season. So it's fascinating seeing how athletes have come to this. Kiptaris ran a steeplechase in the summer, I think it was, or has previously had a bit of background. So some of these have done a little bit of cross-country running. Some have run marathons. Barkach was that 2:08 marathon back in 2023, and others. And he's got such depth back in his phenomenal half marathon history. So 4 times sub 60. But this is the elite men in the marathon. They've settled down a little bit, and Munai, I think he's going to get back. This is going to be a huge boost to him. When you think you've been dropped and you get back, then this is a big boost to him. There, that's his contact made, and he'd be absolutely delighted with that. So when you think you've been gapped, when the bottom seemingly might have fallen out of your race, and then you manage to get yourself back in contention, then that's a huge positive. So I think that's a significant. There, 34.8 kilometers. So the 35-kilometer split is coming up very shortly. I suppose they're going to be around about the 1:47 mark for that 35 kilometers. So that would be around about a 15-minute mark again for that 5 kilometers. So that might have maybe even slowed from then, which is why there's so many in contention. So the women's 30-kilometre split, 1:46. That means that we are around the 2:29 mark in the women's race. So again, course record is safe, as right on cue we go back and it has split, it's splintered. We're down, I think, to is that 4 or 5 women that have gone with the pacemaker. I think Roby's there. I think it definitely has. We are down to a much smaller women's field here now. So questions have been asked. And we've definitely lost a few from that large group we had just a few minutes before. And you can see a few rocking and rolling. The Kenyans on the back of that group as well. She looked good just a few kilometers before. So that's how brutal the marathon is. You can go from looking and feeling fantastic to things not feeling good. Kebede at the front of that, and it was 1:46.10. Asifa Shura is the other there. Tamir Demi Garu is the other Ethiopian. So 6 Ethiopians on that graphic, but I think we might be down to 5 now. Kebede, again, just a little look, a little discussion maybe with her teammates. So Kebede was the athlete that I said finished 4th in Boston. And, that's the type of quality that you need to be at the front of this race right now. She'll be looking definitely to kick off on that. Asefa, winner of Munich as well. So Asefa won Munich 2:29. So Tamir also is in that lead group. Talahan has gone again. That's interesting. So Talahan's been replaced by Mayu, and didn't expect that. Talahan got back in that group, looked quite good. And then, so Munai was the athlete that's replaced him in that top 5. So Talahan has gone again. Kiplangat. Chilangat there on the right-hand side of the screen. Talahan, he's had a interesting race. So looked great early on, fell over midway, got dropped, got back in, got dropped again, and there, that maybe is why he's holding his side with a stitch. So maybe that's impacting him. That's interesting, because at 1 minute he's there, next minute he's dropping back. And now, lean forward, big lean forward. Abel Chilangat, it was a lean forward almost, I think, into a bit of an incline, into a bit of a hill. Kipchumba, he's starting to grimace. Bakili, he wants to get involved as well. This is something that he's looking like he's very keen to be part of this group. This is fascinating running, and this is one of those that we expected to be a big race. Talahan, maybe this finally is the punch that has knocked him out, and wouldn't it be a shame if it was a stitch? Oh, all that training, fantastic racing, and second last year, and at the moment he can see the places disappearing up the road, and that won't be one that he will be happy to see happen. And this is one that, well, unless he can turn this around, unless he can pull this back, this is going to be hard to see and hard to take as well. But, well, has he rallied again? This is a standing count for 8, and then he's back in, because it looked as if he was holding his side and had given up the chase. Now he gets back involved, still holding his side, but I think the pace has slowed again, and he won't mind that at all. I think that's a welcome bit of slowing up front. almost a chat, there we go. Almost a chat maybe about the weather, maybe about the what the plans are this afternoon, about the pace maybe. So that's always interesting when there's conversations mid-race. So back to the women's race. Kebede, also known as Gudeta, at the front, and she has pedigree, not just Boston, but do herself a disjustice, a former world half marathon champion as well. So she is a quality athlete, 65-minute half marathon, but marathon record recently hasn't been that great, 2:29 in Seoul for 6th place, but a world cross-country bronze medalist, that world half marathon title going back to 2018. She was 6th in 2014. So again, amazing longevity, and just over 30 minutes on the track for 10 kilometers. So the marathon has, other than that one big Boston run, probably hasn't quite gone quite as well as her half marathon and cross-country career. So she's to the fore in the same singlet, same color as Chalangat, Abel Chalangat. Again, hits a bit of an incline. Talahan is desperately still there. I gave him up 2 seconds ago, thinking the places the race had gone, but he's not giving this up. This would be an amazing victory, but for one of these, it is going to happen. And Chitwamba, little look back and almost gets clipped by the runners behind. Kameli, the orange singlet, wearing number 8, goes into the lead. So I think we're around about 10 minutes. I think we're 2 miles away from the finish. So now, for those with a bit of track pedigree, those with a bit of racing history, they're getting to the very business end of the marathon. And the prize difference between 5th place and 1st place is significant. And the difference obviously of being on the podium and not on the podium as well. 2 of these are going to be disappointed. That's the elite women on the right-hand side of the screen. That's the half marathon that are moving on. So that's Meli, Cesarak, Yima. Who are also keeping that pace super honest. So expecting the time to be inside 70 minutes unless they just didn't quite go at it in those first few kilometers. So if you are joining us, where have you been? This is the 2025 Riyadh Marathon, and this is the business end of the elite men and elite women's races. It is going off here. So the 4th edition of this event brought to you by the Saudi Sport for All Federation with the support of the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. The half marathon is in full flow as well. We've got the 10,000 meters on the road to come as well as 4 kilometers family run, where in the 4 events, 40,000 bibs sold overall. And another stitch, looks like there's a lot of stitch. Munai there is holding his side. He went to the lead. He was dropped a few kilometers ago. So Kameli, who was in the lead, he's been dropped and now got back involved. Everything is happening. Talahan is in the lead again, gets his drink. If that stitch has subsided and he's feeling good, he's the fastest over the half marathon distance. He's finished 2nd here before, hands it to Munai again. I think one of his training buddies, and he's lost his other training buddy. I think Bakili's gone. Bakili's gone. Tefera Bakili has been dropped from that group. So down to 5, everything is happening. And there is Asafa, I think, on the screen, and Kebede Gudeta in the elite women's race. They've got a little bit more time before they get to crunch time, but the men now are coming to 2 hours of running, and the lead has changed hands so many times. Can't remember an elite marathon that has had this many change of leads in such a short space of time. It's almost as if someone goes from feeling good to feeling bad within seconds of each other, and then someone else decides that they're feeling good. And they're now starting to think about picking their race line. Oh, and Talahan holds his side again. That stitch has not gone. He's not out the water yet. But it is going to be about racing lines, racing tactics. Does everyone fancy their sprint finish, or is someone going to think, I need to push this on, this last 2 kilometers? Especially if I saw someone holding their side that I thought was quick. And almost a little prayer then, I think, by Talahan of please let this stitch subside. I want to go one better than last year. Talahan there on the right, wearing 14. That is Chalangat. 11, Munai. 8, that is Kameli. And then Chitwamba is the other, who is right there with Talahan. And this could be a track race, given how closely bunched they are. Chumba, also known as Kemboy, on the left-hand side of the screen in the black and green of the ASIC singlet, one of the main sponsors of the event. 40,000 race t-shirts being worn proudly. You can see them over with the masses on the other side who are cheering on the elites with those orange t-shirts celebrating the 2025 Riyadh Marathon. But who is going to be celebrated first across the finishing line in the elite men's race? Abel Chalangat is the Ugandan winner of Porto. That's all we know. He knows how to win. And that's an important fact, though. One race, one win. Talahan, second here last year. He does not want to finish second again. But at the moment, he could finish anywhere from 5th to 1st. 2 hours and 3 minutes on the race clock as they're heading back towards the Kingdom Arena. Oh, I'm nervous for them. I'm not even out there. So their coaches will be nervous. Those agents are going to be nervous. We've had some close finishes here in Riyadh, but I don't think we've had 5 athletes in this closer order. We lost Wilford Keegan a while back, our defending champion. We lost our 3rd place finisher, El Guiz, earlier, but the runner-up is still there, as I think maybe that's another athlete who's been dropped. It is another athlete that can't maintain that. I think that Asifa. But Kabedi, I think, is leading them out. She looks good, former world half marathon champion, and looking every bit of that world champion runner, and she's being paced to perfection. Now look at this, down towards the Kingdom Arena. This is the business end. This is the long finish, the long push towards the finishing line. So they will see that finishing line for what seems like an eternity. This is tough running. When you're in a group of 5, you've gone through all the emotions. You've even been sat on the concrete at one point, if you're Talahan. So we're heading towards Boulevard City. The skyline of the business district, where the business deals, transactions, the big businesses is decisions are made, but there's going to need to be some decisions made now by the athletes in this elite men's race. It is about holding on to your stocks and shares, or do you put them all on the line? Do you go for it? Because, as I said, not everyone can have a big sprint finish. Someone needs to wind it up. Someone might need to go from further out than someone else. There's track pedigree in here. There's cross country, there's road, there's age, there's youth, there's everything in this lead group. Tullahan now going to the front. Little look on his shoulder. Munai is there as well. Oh, they're just kicking it down now. Kameli, but it is Munai now who goes to the front. He looks good. Tullahan now is at the back, and they're kicking in and trying to get back involved. Bikili's trying to get back. You can see his singlet, but we're coming now to the final part of the race. No course records in 2025, but who is going to take the title? Kipchumba is right there as well in the black ASICS kit. He wants this. He's been an aggressor through the race. Slightly shorter figure than Munai. Munai just has a look. Munai was dropped at one point, but now Kipchumba now going onto his shoulder. They can see the finishing line. It's now or never for all of them. Tullahan is right there as well in the blue at the back of that group. Oh, this is absolutely fascinating. Wesley Kameli now is being relegated into 4th place. Tullahan now trying to get back. Chip Langet. Langet's race is run, I think. I don't think he's going to be on the podium. Munai is trying to chase, but Kipchumba, Kemboy, Emmanuel Kemboy, Kipchumba is flying now. Look at this speed in the home straight. 2 hours, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. It's going to be quicker than last year. Can anyone catch the Kenyan? Second in Lisbon, but I think I can say now, barring disaster, that he's going to take the title. Apologies for the slight loss of pictures here, but I think it's going to be Emmanuel Kipchumba Kemboy, and it is Kipchumba coming down towards the line. Emmanuel Kipchumba Kemboy is going to be the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2025. 2 hours 30 on the race clock. Tullahan, what a race by him. Second place again. Oh, and I think Kameli third, or maybe he was just outrun by Munai. But I tell you what a run. Good finish there. Personal best for Chalanga. He was inside 209. I think he might have been caught by Bikili late. Top 6, all inside 209. 30 seconds separating the top 6 there. That is some running. Oh, I tell you what, it was like a track race at the end. Tullahan, I think he'll be happy with second. Having fallen, having been dropped, having got back in, having been dropped. But there's your winner. Oh, big, big smiles. Emmanuel, he'll be delighted with that. Kipchumba Kemboy, absolutely brilliant running. There he is. Delighted. Official time's coming up, 2 hours, 8:32.
Number one.
So number one. Oh, yeah, that hurts now. That's the advert for the marathon right there. Even the winner feels the pain. Anyone that says there's an easy marathon, they're lying. Look at that, yeah. The fetal position the line down on the ground. That's almost the position that Tullahan was in midway into the race, on his backside. Now, the half marathon crew, 5 athletes, battling it out. The pace has been quick. I think we might have lost, was Mutai there. But there you go, Kip Langet. Mutai is there. 16 kilometers, 10 miles, 48 minutes. So it hasn't quite been as quick as we hoped for. So we're going to need a quick last 5 kilometers. Otherwise, well, the course record 62.29. It's possible if they can cover this last 5 kilometers in a low 14 minutes, which the quality of athletes, and Kip Langet at the front of that, and the debut man, Thabao, is the athlete that is tall striding in the slipstream of the leader out there. They're trying to push this on, trying to maintain the pace in the latter stages. Trying to get confirmation of who that is leading at the moment. That is Kosgei, as the elite women half marathon runners themselves are backing in and out. Remember, this for some could be a stepping stone towards a marathon later on in the spring. And the half marathon distance, which many of you out there that are getting ready for your own marathons in the spring, you will have a half marathon pending to get yourselves ready for that full marathon distance. Now, it looks like it's splintered in the elite men's half marathon. It looks like things have slightly come apart. Thabao is the athlete that's definitely in second place. I think whether that's Kosgei, Kip Langet trying to get there. That's Mutai in the black. Mutai moving into third, I think just ahead of whether that is Kip Langet. I think that is Kip Langet. He's just moved past. So if our cameras move up, we might be able to catch up with the leader. A little look over his shoulder. It is Kosgei. Timothy Quebec Kosgei, 4th in Cardiff. So second in China over the half marathon distance in November. 60.27, so but good track pedigree, 27.17, very similar to Thabao's personal best himself. Thabao's personal best around about 27.17 as well. So these two evenly matched over 10 kilometers. But yeah, this is going to be interesting that the two of them now are going over big battles over half marathon. Thabao, it's his debut. Kosgei, this is not his first rodeo, as you say. Elite women now coming up to 2 hours, 13 minutes. And this has been the significant pull away. And beautiful running style, wearing bib number 68. Cadetta Kebede. She looks so composed. As I said, such a great pedigree. Anyone that's won a world cross-country bronze medal, but also been a world half marathon champion. So Kebede, 2:26, Boston 2021, but I don't think that does her 65-minute half marathon justice. I think it gives her cross-country or a 10K 30.5 minutes justice as well. So that Boston performance, 4th in Boston, definitely shows that there is a quicker marathon in there. And this could well be a big return to the top spot of a podium. This could be, doesn't want too many marathons, so this would be a big return to her marathon progression. And then could see another marathon later on in the year where she could chase times. Getting onto those teams for championships are just so tough, as the pacemaker who's been there from the very beginning. So Anthony goes, who's been ever present at the front, as that's the 10K, I think, that are on their way. So 10K runners that are signaling another big wave of physical activity, of running action here. And again, it's so busy. So 10K course, same as the half marathon, but cuts off at the 34-kilometre mark. Obviously, they don't go to the 34-kilometre mark, but the 34-kilometre mark of the marathon, that is. And then they'll make their way back. So hugely popular 10K distance here, and you wait until you see the 4K. So being told that the marathon winner, we won't get an interview yet from Emmanuel Kipchumba Kemboy. He's in the medical tent, just getting some attention. So we did see him doubled over and not feeling great, but he'll be back. And the fact that he'll be feeling pretty good after that victory in terms of emotions. So this is the elite women marathon leader, Kebede, on your right, the half marathon leaders on your left. So they are flying in this elite men's race, probably now, I think, coming maybe to the last 5-6 minutes. And we've got the elite women's clock on the screen. Wonder whether at some point we might be able to put up the half marathon time that these athletes, remember, they're chasing 62:29 is the course record. Whether that can go down. We had athletes of caliber that we thought that was going to be fairly easy. It just shows you that nothing's given. Kim Watts is the course record holder. So flying now in the latter stages. Look at that, it's a great shot. Kosgei, Beto are in full flight. The grimace now. This is where a half marathon comes tough. Anyone that knows their training systems, this is your threshold that you can run for 60 minutes. And if you go above it, you have to slow down. But if you get it right, you can run at 60 minutes. And there you go, back up with that 16-kilometre split. But it has changed since then. Kosgei, Timothy Kibet Kosgei. Baitboat, Kerry Baitboat is the debutant who's right there as they make that turn. Now they can see, as our marathon runners did, the finishing line. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, because the Al Amin Sald Fazel Road is a long one. And it is one that they can see the Kingdom Arena, they can see the high-rise buildings, they can see the finishing gantry, but they still have a fair amount of running to go. Check of the watch by Kosgei. So he would love to be on the top spot. Fourth in Cardiff back in October. That was a good run, 60:27. Second in the West Tai Lake in China in November. So he's been moving up positions, but he would love to be on the top spot of the podium today. And he's been leading for a majority of this last part of the race. And he's looking over his shoulder. And the athlete, Baitboat, also known as Nego as well, that Brett Nager has been a good runner as well on the road, 27:17. So also someone that's been top 8, done a bit of cross country himself. Back in 2023, was 8th in the junior race at the World Cross Country Champ. So in 2 years, that's his development. So 2 years ago, 8th in the World Juniors Cross Country Championships, and now right there, and that was out in Australia. So this is what I talked about in terms of distance running now. In whether it's marathon, half marathon, athletes go into these distances much younger. And that same year, he was third in Madrid, running 27:17. Baitboat on the shoulder of Kosgei. So this is it now, the business end of the Riyadh Half Marathon 2025, part of the Riyadh Marathon. So we've had a fantastic race, a blockbuster race in the elite men's race. Now we've got likewise in the half marathon, 2 athletes. There are 5 athletes in contention in the marathon, but it's down to 2 now in the half marathon. Timothy Kosgei, the long-time leader. Beibo, the Ethiopian, on the right of your screen. What has he got in the latter stages? What does he have? So is this something that he can turn on some speed? So he's got cross-country pedigree, he's got track pedigree, but not too much. Kosgei himself, he's run 27:17 on the track. That was Henglo back in 2021, but neither of them have too much shorter distance, even 5K pedigree on their records. So Beibo on the left checks his watch, maybe just confirmation of where they are distance-wise. Kosgei on his right. So it's Timothy Kosgei on the right. Okay, Nega Beibo on the left. Beibo now. Has he got one more gear? Has Kosgei got one more gear? Now they are neck and neck, almost, maybe just Kosgei with a 30-centimeter lead. Beibo no goes onto his shoulder and past him. A little look. Now the power's put down. This is a decisive break by the young Ethiopian. Top 8 in the World Junior Cross Country Championships. 27:17 on the road, but now he's going to throw down a big victory in the Riyadh Half Marathon 2025. The Ethiopian, look out for him in the future. He's going to break the tape, and he's going to be absolutely delighted with it. We'll try and keep an eye on the race clock, and it is. It's going to be, I think, a fraction inside the course record. Beibo takes it in a course record. The Riyadh Half Marathon champion 2025. Big run. He looks delighted with that. That's a debut. That's a course record or an event record. Beibo there, the young Ethiopian. And I tell you what, there's a lot more in those legs. He's beaten an established field of half marathon runners that are decorated half marathon runners. And Kosgei, that's nice to see. Big smile from him. So even though runner-up, I think Mutai coming across for 4th. He'll be slightly disappointed with that. Dominic Kitaris. So, he's the sub-60-minute man. He's going to have to settle for 3rd. Beibo is your champion. What a brilliant run.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله ما زلنا مستمرين الآن أنا أتوقع
popular winner here, the young Ethiopian. Now talking about another popular victory, this would be one in the elite women's marathon. We're in bib number 68. Nesanet Gunata Kubede is coming towards now the last part of the race. 2 hours 24:05. Pacemaker, the carrier is taking her literally the whole way. He could probably step off now and let her really enjoy the moment, because the course record is gone. It's not about course records, and maybe just about enjoying the moment. So could be time just for the pacemaker just to step off, even though it might help her in these very final stages. But she'll be getting great applause from the 10K runners. You can see on the right hand of the screen, they're just starting out on their 6.2 mile journey. But the leader, the winner, barring disaster, we haven't had a full-on shot of the chase behind, but I think it was growing with every stride from Asefa, especially with the help of the pacemaker. So her personal best, 2:26.09. I think she's going to be outside that. I don't think we're going to get inside that. So much of the early pace was operating around the 2:28, 2:29 mark. So we've definitely had a pick up in the second half. But Kebede is going to be delighted with this victory. This sets her up. It's a great way to start 2025. So someone that's been so prominent over the half marathon distance at World Championship level, also medalled at World Cross Country level. That this will be a delight for her over the marathon. A podium finish, but not just a podium finish, top spot on the podium. Look at that, a great sight of physical activity and sport with our 10K runners. Many of them are going to walk the distance. They're going to be out there for a couple of hours, but they are cheering on the elite women completing their 26.2 mile distance of the classic marathon distance. Kebede getting pointed by the pacemaker, whose job is done. Kebede now can enjoy the final stages. She's not going to run a personal best. That's gone as well. Course record, personal bests, not today, but an outstanding victory. Her training group, her manager will be delighted with this big return. Someone that, again, look out for her as the year unfolds now. Expecting the continuation now of belief. It's going to be quicker than she's run for a while in the marathon. And now coming into the home straight. Getting great noise from the spectators, from the crowd. Kebede is going to be the 2025 Riyadh Marathon champion for the elite women. A deserving champion, a delighted champion. And the ticker tape that flies into the air represents a champion is made in Riyadh. She will go onto that decorated list of previous champions. Kebede there, winning time 2:27.24. And that looked a very controlled effort at the end, almost not looking in too much distress. And you can see a wry smile on her face as Bait Boat, winner of the half marathon, congratulates her. They could be from the same group, same organisation. So Kebede now a little bit fatigued. Now the battle. This is a good battle. Now this could be for the half marathon. I think it might be the half marathon battle. So I think that's Melly on the right-hand side of the screen, and that could be Amasai there on the left. Or is that Chesrek trying to get confirmation of that? Is it 53? It could be Arazai there. I think it is. Now flying down towards the finishing straight. This is the last part, and it is Galessa wearing 50.58, 67.58 in Warsaw back in 2023. Melly is trying to close Vivian Melly, who's faster on paper. These two are similar on paper, but Galessa, Hantu Galessa, is now coming under pressure. Has Melly got one more kick? So Melly, fourth in Prague, previously fourth in Lisbon, and she knows how to run on the big stage, on the big day. Now she's coming back. Vivian Melly, has she got enough? Melly, oh, this is going to come down. We've had some fantastic races today, haven't we? And this is another one now. Melly versus Galessa. They are shoulder to shoulder. How many times have we seen this today? Oh, this is great to see. Melly now in the blue on the left-hand side of your screen. Galessa on the right-hand side of the screen. This is a battle royale. Nothing to choose between these two athletes as they come into, I think, the last 150 meters. But it's difficult to see because the gantry looks as if it's closer than it is. It's an optical illusion, but the athletes know they've got to time this to perfection. So Melly now is looking to take this title. Can she take it for 2025? Vivian Melly, I think, is going to take it. The tape is out again. The Riyadh Half Marathon for 2025. The champion is going to be Vivian Melly by just a couple of seconds. Wow. Fantu Galessa, I thought, was going to take it. 71 minutes for the women, so course record is safe for another year. Daisy Charoch's record 68.52. So I think we had a record in the men's. Wait for confirmation of that official time, but wasn't about times today. I did think that in the early kilometers that it did look very controlled. There you go, official time 71.02. So smiles all round. The half marathon runners greet each other. So Melly there, big run, big finish. I tell you what, if you're coming to the 2026 Riyadh Marathon, you better practice your sprint finish and your speed work. So I think we might be catching a word with the marathon winner if they've caught their breath. That's easier said than done after what has been some battles out there on the streets of the road.
Congratulations for this win. How do you feel after this race?
I feel good. Yeah, the course is good.
Good race, yeah? Was it tough to win?
Yeah. We are trying a little bit to push, and then we will see.
We saw many of you at the end. You were 4 guys fighting for the finish. Was it really hard to get over the other ones?
Yeah, it's very hard because you don't know who we will win.
Emmanuel, congratulations. Thank you.
Well, we're glad the winner's recovered. He was in the medical tent after. So Emmanuel Kemboy. Remember that name? Because I think he's got some more marathons to come in those legs, and I'd love to see him back here next year and chase that course record, that 2.6 course record. So he was definitely on the front of the race for a long time, pushing the pace. But whether he can come back and whether we can push for that course record that unbelievably was set in the first year of this event. So the masses, it's party time here in Riyadh. So a celebration of sport. So, and that's been the case in the Expo for a number of days now. The Saudi Sport for All Federation, the SFA. So another finisher in the half marathon, checked run by Rebecca, fourth in Ghent, and maybe fourth today. But again, wait for confirmation of that. So, but the focus of this festival of fitness and well-being, so showcasing the likes of cutting-edge equipment, wellness activities, and emerging technologies. So. There's been a great amount of industry networking workshops on mindfulness, nutrition, but also they had the primal race on Friday. This sounded fun as well, functional fitness challenge. As the next event is on its way. This is superb. The numbers are going over the line, and this is what the organisers want to see. The sheer numbers of those taking part. 51.17. So These, I think, are continuing finishes of the half marathon. They could be the first of the Open champions across the line. So the waves are continuing to come here. So this is just a sound, a sight to see of so many enjoying their physical activity morning here, Saturday morning in Riyadh. And people are out and people are being active. And that's exactly what you want to see. And I think the organisers are just delighted with the sheer volume and the fact that it was sold out this year. So big smiles, and whether you're walking, whether you're running, whether this is your first 10K or for some the 4K, for the families to be out there as well is fantastic. And breaking down barriers, it doesn't matter what you wear, and your experience, your fitness levels. I think that's a really important part, and that's something that the Saudi Sports for All Federation are about, breaking down barriers and making sure that people know that sport and physical activity is something for everyone. And so the kind of pillars they're linking it to is obviously education, which is so important, and community, the community part of sport is right there, isn't it? Look at that. These are mates out on a run, and that's great to hear. And they are having an absolute blast on this Saturday morning, volunteering. And again, the volunteers, a massive thank you to the volunteers at the Riyadh Marathon 2025. They're out there, and look at that, the juniors are out there, so celebrating their chase, their dash for the line. So fitness and well-being, absolute fundamental of this. And yeah, the recreational sports programs, but it isn't just this weekend, it's throughout the year here in Riyadh, and it's up and down the kingdom in terms of you know, these discussions and these initiatives, these programs, the officers that are out there that put the programs on. But even linking it, you might have seen it up and down Europe and the world, but other events that are becoming popular, where doing exercises in the gym and then doing some running. I think that primal race on Friday linked to that, the functional fitness challenge. So high intensity activities interspersed, I should say, with 400-meter runs. So very much on those kind of grounds that getting everyone involved. So I think that's another one of our marathon finishers, 56. That is Farisia Roby, who's been second here previously. And that's her safely across the marathon finishing line. I think we will get a graphic shortly of the top finishers in the marathon. 78.22, that's one of the half marathon finishers. So we can confirm those podium finishers in the elite women's marathon. And also I think we will have the presentations and some of the local runners as well, showing off their superb physical fitness. As the Jester band on the side of the course. There were so many bands signed up to create noise atmosphere on the course. Such an important part, and all the partners involved, so many partners involved here. The Saudi Oil Bank, ASICS, Tuane, and then the likes of Gatorade and Afina, PepsiCo, Aquafina. There's just loads of support, and I think we saw that graphic after the course maps and the different partners involved. I mean, that is testament to the organising committee, and getting so many people here out and active. And this will really kick on for the rest of the year by getting people active, and hopefully that becomes part of, definitely part of their routine. So a great chance then to really just absorb the atmosphere, just soak in the sounds and the sights. And great seeing that little lad on the boxing as well. You see the Kingdom, super popular venue for boxing. And many other sports making their way to the Kingdom as well. That could be one of the masses, the first of the masses marathon finishers, 2:41. That's a very good run. And you could see the floor lined with the ticker tape. He's here trying to wake his quads up. Anyone that's run a marathon knows that that feeling of the legs at the end. There's I don't think too many feelings like it. So these are going over the shorter distances, so not quite the fatigue, but definitely they can get the feeling, and they're going to get a big shiny medal and be part of history here at the 2025 Riyadh Marathon. Look at that, a sea of orange, of physical activity, of wellness. And if you're looking to get involved, or those that are looking to showcase the event, I don't think it gets any better than that shot of the masses out on the roads. Wave is still the 10-kilometer crew. So once it goes on to blue bibs, that is the 4 kilometers. So amazing numbers, so many waves of the 10K, such a popular event here. And I said they're breaking down barriers for everyone to be involved. It's one of the special things about the sport of running. It doesn't need much equipment. The benefits and ease, hopefully, just to get out, just to build up. So, this is one thing that we're just seeing, huge physical benefits from that. And some of these are runners during the week, others not so much. They might be more gym goers. As Saudi Arabia vest there, kiss of the ground. The smiles all round. Great to see another official finisher.
العمر هنا في ماراثون الرياض مجرد رقم، ولكن هنالك أبطال في أعمار متقدمة يشاركون هذا الحدث الجميل، يشاركون هذا الصباح المميز، يشاركون هذا الإبداع والنجاح. تحية قوية أيضا لهذا الواصل، هذا البطل الذي يصل معنا الآن في 42.
There's some quality DJs on the course and at the start and finish areas today, so pumping those tunes out. They're going to be there for a number of hours to come, because this is a day of celebration, a party day. Whether that's those out there on the course or those when they finished and into this afternoon. So many reasons for celebrations. And, again, the different ways of interacting and challenging the youngsters. And it looks like celebrations, I think the 10K runners could have finished there. So we've seen some fast times, whether that's Mohammed Osman, who won it previously a couple of times, so 31, I think 17 was the fastest 10K that we've had. But, whether those are the 10K finishers, again, some fast running I think that we've had in all of the distances today, and still the runners keep coming down towards the finishing line, and still they head out on the course. Smiles, bright orange t-shirts. That's your advert for next year.
أبطال نجوم صفقة قوية لأبطالنا اللي كملوا وصلوا يستاهلون التحية، يستاهلون.
The 10K first finisher across the line, Aurelia, was 30 minutes and 39 seconds. So that would be a new record. So just outside the 30.5-minute mark. So that's fantastic running. So Bebo's time being confirmed at 62.28. So I make that a, yeah, that is a course record by 1 second. Kachumba Kemboy's winning time, 2 hours, 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the full marathon distance. The women's half marathon distance, that was a Vivian Melly's 71 minutes flat as the different finishers come down towards that finishing line. So Kabede's winning time in the women's elite marathon, 2:27.21. Asefa taking second, 2:28.21. And Amanate taking third in 2:28.31. So Ethiopian 1, 2, 3. Telehan taking second in the elite men's, and Amunai taking third place. So just 6 seconds separating the top 3 in the elite men's race, and just a few seconds separating our runners crossing the line now. Congratulations to them, official finishers.
seconds. Start practicing and start warming up. I got it. I might go to your legs. 30 seconds, go. Okay. Let's count together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Keep going. Keep your boost up. Keep your boost up. Slow down and stop by the line. DJ, who's it up, DJ? Okay, next way. I want to see your hands raised up. Are you guys ready? Yeah. I love that. I love this way. I wish you all the best. I want you to know that you are a part of the biggest Saudi running event, Riyadh Marathon 2025, where it includes more than 40,000 participants, and you all are a part of this. So good luck. 30 seconds.
All right, guys, keep talking.
30 seconds.
Light job. Let's warm up again. Let's go.
Okay. Jazid. And hope to Allah. Let's count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. All the best, together.
Let's go, guys.
Good luck. Wherever you came from, you are more than welcome.
And for every wave that starts, that must be a real boost to everyone that's played their part in organising. So the Saudi Sport for All Federation and the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. So this must just make them all smile and make all the hard work and all the decisions and work behind the scenes. Most big events know that that almost starts immediately, or it's already starting during an event, as lessons are learned and discussions are made on how to make the event even bigger and better for 2026. But right now we can continue to enjoy the waves of the 10K. We've got the 4K first start wave of that to come as well, as the juniors enjoy their inflatables here at the race village, and our runners and walkers are still out there on their different distances, their different journeys, taking on the different landmarks and the sounds and sights of Riyadh here on this beautiful Saturday morning in February. Lovely running conditions and such a fantastic atmosphere here.
Okay. يلا جو استعدوا. Warm up. All right, back in place. 15 seconds.
marathon runners still way inside 3 hours there. So that will be a goal for many of those runners that have put in countless miles and got up pretty early at certain points to get training done and dusted. Loving the bands. Fantastic work by that band, absolutely smashing it. And there's so many bands that have played their part on the course to add atmosphere and add entertainment to the runners on their journeys. It is a journey for many. Journey towards physical activity and wellness is a journey as well. It's not always a linear one as well. It can be one that dips in and out. Sometimes you find yourself not having time or having changes in circumstance, and that's exactly what the Saudi Sport for All Federation trying to do, break down barriers. So whether that's availability, whether that's communication, education, and opportunities, but now it's the time of the DJs, loving it.
Dance.
Guys, you don't listen when I say the last call. You don't want to start? Better participants, please.
الله شوفوا فرحة الوصول، شوفوا فرحة الوصول والتراقص، الله عليكم والله، شوفوا العزيمة، شوفوا العزيمة، شوفوا هذه السيدة البطلة اللي قادمة بكل قوة. تحية قوية لا، تحية قوية لكل الأبطال الواصلين، لكل النجوم. لسه الأعداد راح تزيد. أنت لما تقول 40,000 معناته ممكن ما توقف دقيقة واحدة ولا دقيقتين، في كل مرة بتقول صفقوا له أو صفقوا لها. أنجزت المهمة البطلة، سمعوها تحية سواء اللي في المقدم. أيوة، وين صوتكم من أول؟ وين صوتكم من أول؟ نبغى يكون أقوى من كذا. ما شاء الله تبارك الله، ما شاء الله تبارك الله. كلكم أبطال، كلكم نجوم. ألف مبروك لكل الواصلين. صوري وثق اللحظة هذه، أي بطلة وصلت في خط النهاية. ألف مبروك يقول لك، وأرجع وأقول لكم ركزوا لي على النقطة المهمة. العمر مجرد رقم، وشوفوا معايا راح تشوفون في هذا الماراثون وفي كل عام يتكرر نفس الموضوع. نجوم ابطال يكملون السباق ويوصلون الى خط النهايه، سواء كانوا صغارا ام كبارا في مختلف الاعمار. نشاهد هنا ماراثون عادي.
That band keep giving, bit of the white stripes thrown in there as well as many other music choices and bands and singers thrown in. So multi-talented, not just our runners, but our musicians on the side of the course. There's the race village. It's been a hive of activity over the last few days, and especially today as well. And the children are not going to be done for a long, long time. So countless hours and energy to the sports activities, the bouncy castles. And, they don't even know they're being physically active right now. They're just having fun out there. That's exactly what it's about. So breaking it down so they don't realise the fun they're having whilst they're being physically active. So there's our 10K runners, so many waves being set on their way. And, flags, feather flags, flags around the waist, smiling at the cameras, celebrating. And look at that, a sea of runners, a sea of walkers, a sea of people being active. Fantastic. there's some great friendship being made and great seeing teams out there. So many people have signed up as large groups, and whether that's their work teams, their social teams. And it's one of the coolest looks of the day. It's a way to get your 10K run done. Big, big smiles. And again, people singing, people celebrating, making friends on the way round. That is exactly what you want to see in any event, as our elite athletes get ready for the presentation. So that's coming up in a few minutes. So our elite athletes in the half marathon and the marathon distance, men and women, will be up on stage shortly. So it's hard to believe this event is only in its 4th year, and just been growing year on year. It's organised by the Saudi Sport for All Federation and under the patronage of the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. So a festival over this last few days, and the celebration of physical activity, sport, wellness, but linked to technology, and also just linking people together through education, through community, through volunteering, fitness and well-being. Just all such important parts of this event.
Thanks.
And these are still such great sounds and sights to see. The whoops, the celebrations, the little bit of out of breathness of some, but that's totally expected. 10K is not easy. So many have come through a kind of progression from 5 kilometers as well. So some have taken part in the 4K previously and now stepping up distance, and likewise some have stepped up from the 10K distance to the half marathon. And then it could be in a few years' time we could see even more build in the numbers that complete the marathon distance. So organisers are checking off ready for the elite presentations coming up shortly. Race Village, a good place for them to rehydrate, refuel. There's a load of food trucks as well that will be refueling the masses throughout today, making sure that people then go off to have enjoyable days, being that it's a early start for many. But for others, this is normal for them. They are early risers. They get out and get it done. I do love it how elite runners will compare their splits and their watches just like any of us. They or share discussions around injuries or niggles. So and the fortune of interviewing Jakob Ingebrigtsen in Copenhagen after he made his half marathon debut, and he came over and first thing he wanted to do was show me his watch to show me that that was his longest ever run. So Jakob, the Olympic 5,000 meter champion, made his half marathon debut that day, and he'd never run that far, and so didn't quite go to plan. He jogged in and still ran 16 minutes, but he was trying to beat some of the best half marathon runners in the world, and it kind of shows you that some of these runners finishing now, you don't have to run a 10K in training to run a 10K in a race. And the same with half marathon, and we know that definitely with the marathon distance. So a little bit of training, and as long as you've put a little bit of time on feet as well, you know, anywhere towards that kind of 75% of race distance. And again, time on feet, so whether you're starting with a run-jog approach or a run-walk approach, or even just a walk approach. So it's all building blocks to a more active lifestyle, and look at that, you can run into whatever age you want to. So just look after that body and it will look after you. So lots of selfies being taken, lots of pictures out on the course. So I'm sure there's going to be a big social media presence online of the 2025 Riyadh Marathon. And again, that's a great way of promoting the event, promoting those that support the event, and also getting it out to a wider audience to, just in case they didn't know it was happening today and they hadn't seen that thousands of orange t-shirts are running up and down the streets of Riyadh. They do now. I'm going to take that as happy cheers or grunts as opposed to anyone in discomfort. So I'm sure there might be a few muscle cramps out there, but that sounded like a bit of cheers for their friends or themselves. And it is thumbs up for so many people today. The organising committee, the masses out in the street, the elite runners, those huge amount of volunteers. Again, what a great job they do year on year, and anyone associated with the race village as well. Fantastic work. I think confirmation also that elites also get blisters, which again is just part and parcel of well, marathon running. That's blisters, whether that's losing toenails. And is the only drawback from running a marathon, obviously, is just the slight fatigue or slight body damage, but everything else is so worthwhile. And look at that, it's a great shot of the trophies for this year. Beautiful design, and I'm sure they will sit pride and place in the homes of our champions and runners-up. Could have a boxing superstar of the future then, who knows? Could have a few other stars of the future in various different sporting Worlds, or there's loads of options out there. And that's the great thing with sport. Running is not the only sport physical activity that's out there. There's loads of different ones out there. And, they say in the end that the sport chooses you. So still the noise, still the sounds, fantastic sounds of our various bands, adding so much value and atmosphere. Probably the point where I say don't try this at home unless you're a trained expert. You can try this at home, getting out on the streets and getting a few miles in. And, whether that's walking, jogging, the speed of chat, as the great Bob Baldara used to say. So go and find someone. There's someone running with child buggies. They're great as well. Did many a run with my kids who a little bit more grown up now, but they still remember running in the or being in the buggy running, and they have fond memories. So you'd be surprised how much your kids remember of being pushed around in a running buggy. So again, just breaks down a few barriers. If you do have young kids and you do struggle to get outside, then check out the possibility of a running buggy.
من بنك الأول، حياكم الله في حفل توزيع جوائز ماراثون 2025. أول شيء نبدأ بإيش؟ أستأذنكم نبدأ هذا الحفل بالنشيد الوطني. Please all stand up for the national anthem of Saudi Arabia. العافية. بداية نحب أن نعرب عن فخرنا بما يحظى به القطاع الرياضي بدعم لا محدود ومستمر من قبل حكومتنا الرشيدة وبقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين أطال الله في عمره وسمو ولي عهده الأمين، وبما يتواكب مع خطط وأهداف رؤية المملكة 2030 والتي ترتكز على تحقيق نهضة حقيقية فعلية ليست فقط للقطاع الرياضي وإنما للمملكة والعالم أجمع. نبدأ بالشكر لسمو وزير الرياضة الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل على متابعته واهتمامه في تحقيق رؤية سمو سيدي ولي العهد، والشكر أيضاً موصول لرئيس الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن الوليد بن طلال آل سعود، والرئيس التنفيذي للاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع الأستاذة شيماء الحسيني على جهودهم ودعمهم المستمر في القطاع الرياضي. أيوة أقوى أقوى. هذا القطاع الذي يرتبط بكل فئات المجتمع أكيد بمختلف أعمارهم من خلال تعزيز ممارسة الرياضة وتمكين مختلف الفئات العمرية من المشاركة في الأنشطة الرياضية المختلفة بهدف بناء مجتمع رياضي حيوي. أكيد نودنا أن نشكر أيضاً شركاء النجاح لهذه الفعالية وزارة الرياضة وبرنامج جودة الحياة، الاتحاد السعودي لألعاب القوى واللجنة الأولمبية البارالمبية العربية السعودية ومركز الفعاليات الوطني، والشكر للشريك المقدم البنك الأول SAB وشركاء الفعالية A6 وشركة التعاونية وبيبسيكو والمنظمين. هذا العام استثنائي، تعرفوا ليش؟ لأنه هذه النسخة الأولى اللي تواجد فيها الحد الأقصى من المشاركين 40,000 ما شاء الله من أكثر من 100 دولة. تحية لكم أجل، تحية لكم، أقوى أقوى أقوى. حضورنا الكريم من أصغر مشارك لأكبركم سناً، طبعاً ما في الكبير، حياكم الله. معكم أنا سارة عبد العزيز راح أقدم هذا الحفل. شكراً. الآن رحبوا معي دقيقة، لا تتحمس، دقيقة. رحبوا معي بصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن الوليد آل سعود والرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذة شيماء الحسيني المرجو التفضل المنصة. أقوى أقوى. أكيد ورحبوا معي بتكريم شركاء ماراثون الرياض 2025. ورحب أولاً من البنك الأول SAB السيد فارس الشريف Chief Strategy Officer. هذا البنك الأول تحية أكبر. وتكريم له. سمو الأمير يكرم السيد فارس الشريف. وين الأبلاز بليز؟ ونكرم أيضاً من A6 مستر يوهي تاكاشي General Manager. Please welcome to the stage. Please Mr. Faris, we need you on stage. Mr. Yohi from A6. تحية تحية تحية. والشريك الثالث من التعاونية الأستاذ محمد السعيد CEO of Health. شكرا لإيمانكم في ماراثون الرياض 2025. هذول شركاء النجاح. شكرا لكم. جاهزين نتوج الفائزين من المحترفين؟ ما سمعت. جاهزين؟ جميل. أطلب من السيد فارس الشريف، الأستاذ فارس الشريف بعد إذنك في المسرح لتكريم الفائزين.
It's great some awards there for the sponsors. The SAB, Mr. Faris Al Sharif there, the Chief Strategy Officer.
Ladies or mentors.
It's Mr. Yori Tazaki, General Manager. Tohana's Mr. Mohammed, CEO of Health, who I think will also help make the presentation to our elite athletes as well coming up next.
احنا ما نقدر نكون شيء بدون دعمكم. يلا بداية نحتفل ونتوج الفائزين في سباق 42 كيلومتر للمحترفين للنساء، ورحب بالعداءات في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى، وهن في المركز الثالث. توقعون من أي دولة؟ سمعت كمان غيره؟ طيب الحين في المركز الثالث من أثيوبيا نسلم الجائزة لأمانتي سورومي نيغاش. كان توقيتها 2 و28 دقيقة و33 ثانية، ويسلمها الجائزة السيد فارس الشريف.
Third place in the
ألف مبروك.
women's marathon. So I mean, Mate with a time of 2 hours 28 31
والمركز
seconds.
الثاني برضو من أثيوبيا أسفا أسماني بياني بتوقيت 2 و28 دقيقة و22 ثانية، وتسلمها الجائزة الأستاذة شيماء.
For the Ethiopian athlete, 2 hours 28 minutes and 21 seconds.
والمركز الأول من وين؟ أثيوبيا كبدي نستانت غوديتا. Congratulations.
Kebede is the champion.
توقيتها كان 2 و27 دقيقة و24
2025 elite women. 2 hours 27 and 21 seconds.
صورة جماعية. أنا كمان استنى. تحية لهم. Congratulations all. والآن نكرم الفائزين في الماراثون الكامل 42 كيلومتر للرجال، والمركز الثالث من تكريما الفائز الأول. هذا واجبنا فعلا إنه نقدم النشيد الوطني لبلدها، فأبغى تحية مرة ثانية للفائزة الأولى، ونستمع جميعا للنشيد الوطني الأثيوبي لكبدي نستانت كوديتا. Please let's listen to the national anthem of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Anthem of Ethiopia there, playing for our champions.
نتوج الفائزين.
There is the full listing of the top 10.
كيلومتر للرجال.
Time.
والفائزين هم
confirmed now at 2:27.24.
من
for the champion for 2025.
مونيا إبابوي ديسي. Please come to the stage. مونيا. إبابا وديسي يقدمها له السيد فارس الشريف بتوقيت ساعتين و8 دقائق و38 ثانية.
In third place, 2 hours, 8 minutes and 36 seconds. But he'll be delighted to be on the podium today.
إثيوبيا تلاهون أبي قشهون وتقدمها له وتقدم الجائزة له والأستاذة شيماء بتوقيت
Second 12 months ago, second today. Dramatic race, took a fall during the race. And, got up, got dropped, got back on the group, got dropped again. And a fantastic second place, but the champion.
خلينا نقول اسمه طيب. كيمبوي إيمانويل كيبشومبا. ويلكم.
Manuel Kichomba Kemboy.
ويقدم الجائزة له سمو الأمير خالد. فاز بتوقيت ساعتين 8 دقائق و32
Kenyan champion for 2025.
ونستمع للنشيد الوطني الكيني.
Let's
listen to the national
and a deserved victory.
anthem of
The
Kenya.
national anthem of Kenya.
تحية للجميع. Congratulations all. الآن راح نكمل بتتويج الفائزين في الهاف ماراثون.
seconds for Kemboy, the champion.
سباق ال 21 كيلومتر ونبداها
Just 7
مع
seconds
النساء طبعاً.
separating the top 3.
لا نفس المسار. في المركز الثالث نقول أستاذ فارس.
And there's confirmation of the top 10. It was 6 athletes inside 2 hours and 9. Big personal best for Chalanga, the Ugandan. And personal best
من
above him as well.
الأستاذ محمد السعيد.
Melgares, third last year, has to settle for 7th this year. 2 hours, 11 and 28 seconds.
ومن A6 مستر يوهي تاكاشي. Please, we will welcome now الأستاذ محمد السعيد من تعاونية ومستر يوهي تاكاشي من A6. حيوهم. والفائزات نبداها في المركز الثالث بتوقيت دقيقة 11 ساعة و11 دقيقة 21 ثانية من اثيوبيا يمر تيجيس ايالوي. ويلكم. يسلمها الجائزة الأستاذ محمد السعيد.
The third place finisher in the elite women's half marathon today. Just outside 71 minutes.
تحية أكبر من كذا لو سمحت. Warm applause to Yemen. والمركز الثاني أيضا من إثيوبيا جلسة فانتو شوقي.
Handazurgi Galesa.
سلمها
Brilliant
الجائزة
second
مستر
place,
يوهي تاكاشي.
so close to victory, just 2 seconds separating her from the top spot.
فازت بتوقيت ساعة و11 دقيقة و3 ثواني. والمركز الأول من كينيا ميلي فيفيان جبكيمي
The champion, Vivian
بتوقيت مميز.
Meli,
كملت المسار في ساعة و11 ثانية
for the
و11 دقيقة
victory.
وثانية واحدة.
Hard fought
سلمها
sprint finish.
سلمها الجائزة الأستاذة شيماء.
2025 half marathon champion here
ونستمع
at the
الآن
Riyadh
النشيد
Marathon
الوطني
in the elite
الكيني.
women's section.
We listen now
Fantastic
to
running by
the
Meli.
national anthem of Kenya. تحية للفائزين. Congratulations all.
Another play for the national anthem
الآن
of
نقوم
Kenya.
بتتويج
As
العدائين
the top
الرجال في
6 on
المراكز
the
الثلاثة الأولى.
half marathon elite
وفي
women's race
المركز
on the
الثالث
screen there.
من كينيا
Previous champion Beatrice Chesrek down in
Sultana
4th place.
Dominic.
She'll be slightly disappointed with that, and
يسلموا الجائزة
hopefully
الأستاذ
she'll be back
محمد
next
السعيد.
year. Look to go a few places higher
كمل
again.
المسار في ساعة و3 دقائق و3 ثواني.
So
Congratulations.
elite men's there in 3rd place, just outside 63 minutes. Dominic
تحية.
Kutaras.
بديتوا تتابعوا ولا ايش؟ في المركز الثاني من كينيا
Another Kenyan, Timothy Kibet Kosgei.
كوسكي تيموثي كيبت. ويسلموا الجائزة مستر يوهي تاكاشي من ايسكس.
Again, very close finish this.
Congratulations.
It's 4 seconds separating them from our champion.
وفي
his
المركز
debut.
الأول أثيوبيا باتيبو بيريكت نيجا
Urake Vebo,
بتوقيت
worthy
كم
champion.
المسار
I
في
think
ساعة
1 second inside the course
و28
record.
ثانية. ونستمع أكيد
for
تكريما
confirmation of that
للفائز
time.
الأول نشيد الوطني لبلد أثيوبيا. We
There it
listen
is.
now
Equals
to
the course
national
record. There you go.
anthem
1 hour,
of
2 minutes and
Ethiopia.
29 seconds. So Bebo equals the record.
تحية للفائزين. Thank you all, thank you. Congratulations.
So an equal share then of the national anthem.
أكيد
2 for
أختمها
Ethiopia, 2
بخالص
for
الشكر
Kenya.
لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن وليد آل سعود والأساتذة الكرام ولفريق العمل في الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع على جهودهم المستمرة.
result
أكيد
on the
ونهنئ
screen there.
الفائزين على هذا الإنجاز العظيم
Bebo's,
ونتمنى لهم التوفيق
equal
في
course
كل
record.
مجالاتهم. أحب
And the
أذكركم
fight just 1
أنه
second
بنكرم
separating 3rd and
الفائزين
4th as well.
وتوزيع
So
الجوائز
fight
لجميع
for the podium
السباق للجميع، يعني العامة أنتوا الكل بعد صلاة الظهر على طول 12 وربع، فنشوفكم بإذن الله. يعطيكم العافية. تحية لي طيب.
Brilliantly presented there, the awards of our elite athletes, and thank you so much again to the sponsors. The presenters as well. So the elite athletes now will head back to the hotel, they refuel, they recover. Some of them will fly out later today, if not early tomorrow. Those that have had a successful weekend will be greeted with some big support, I would have thought, at the airports. And for those that didn't go to plan, they'll be head down, getting ready for the next race. As the action continues here in the race village. There'll be loads going on throughout today. The music will continue to play. We see every single one of our participants, over 40,000 in total, as the event just grows and grows, and expected to get even bigger in 2026. A sea of orange t-shirts, it's a sea of fitness, of physical activity, of sport and wellness, of celebrating everything great about the vehicle of mass participation road running. And it's not done yet, there's still lots to be done today, and to get all of those finishers over the finishing line. And still the tunes will play. Right on the screen, it's the chance and the time now of our 4K runners. They are waiting patiently to be set on their way. And again, we've got big numbers in the 4K. We have big numbers in the 10K. I think probably the biggest numbers are in the 10K. And we're going to set on their way the family-friendly 4 kilometers. Course itself, we saw earlier that it loops up to just past the 2.2 kilometers, that all of our runners have been on their way, and it makes the loop back, the right hand turn back on themselves. Abdullah's Al Oil Road will be where they come down and then complete their 4 kilometers, and what a great way of getting people active. I said we could well see many of them over 10 kilometers in 12 months' time. it's the noise from the bands or whether it's the power tunes on the headphones, whichever way motivates our runners to get them towards completing the distance. As they're taking selfies and smiling, thumbs up. It's the victory signal. Some are chasing some fast times still. There's some fast running in there as well. So weaving their way in and out, so they'll probably cover slightly more than the race distance. Sport for All Federation, the SFA's its expo still going strongly, and still with things going on, loads of sports, health and fitness activities for all the family. And, again, these shots of these hundreds of runners, thousands of runners that are heading down towards that finishing line. I've got a feeling we're going to be seeing those orange t-shirts for not just a number of days, not a number of weeks, but a number of months. So I'm pretty sure there'll be a nod, a thumbs up if it's obviously out for a run or out for a walk, or even in the local supermarket. So they know they're a part of something very, very special, part of something very historic here. The continuing rise of the Riyadh Marathon in just its 4th year. The glow of the orange t-shirts, I think, will continue almost for the next 12 months into what I'm sure will already be a bigger and, well, it'd be hard to be even better, but I know that they'll be working hard behind the scenes to keep pushing things on for a even more successful year. And again, the sponsors and suppliers and supporters getting some great support from the runners in the Expo Village. The noise is pumping, the DJs, they're going to be busy all day today. So there's been some fantastic energy, fantastic noise. And again, I hope you've really enjoyed what has been a festival of fitness, sport, physical activity today in Riyadh on this beautiful Saturday morning in February. I think there's another happy customer.
مبروك لكل الواصلين، وما زلنا مستمرين ننتظر المزيد والمزيد، ننتظر البقية كلها توصل ويكونوا منتصرين، لأن وصولهم هو فوز، هو مركز أول. نجمع كل الواصلين ونحط بوديوم واحد، منصة واحدة، ونكتب عليها الأول أنتم أبطال ماراثون الرياض.
Different finish line celebrations. Some will be planned, some will be their favourite footballer. Others won't know what they're doing, the emotions will take over. For others it might be tears of joy, the emotions of completing something really significant. For many of these it is significant. That bit of pain, bit of cramp, but finished, completed. All abilities, all ages, all backgrounds, all official finishes of an event at the Riyadh Marathon 2025. Brilliant, great to see, and no better adverts than this for the sport and activities and for the future.
ويقولوا كمل اصبع خط النهايه، يلا يا اللي جايين من بعيد انتظركم عند البوابه وراح اعلق لكل هذه هي الكره، وصلت هذه ترفع الى الفوق. كل فرح وكل حاجة وكل انتصار حققت الهدف، حققت الهدف. تستاهلون ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بطل عليك، بطل انت اكبر اكبر ما شاء الله. يعودهم الفرحة في وصولهم إلى كل مرة راح يقول أنا يوصلون لخط النهاية يقول الانتصار العظيم.
وين؟ ما ادري وين.
Wave after wave of runners. Those on the left have completed their distances, those on the right coming down towards us, still completing the final stages of their run. You can see some of them having a sprint finish, and others are a little bit more on the leisurely side. It doesn't matter. These runners, they all get the same type of medal. It's a personal achievement. It's great noise, great energy on the finishing line. That race clock's showing the marathon time, I think, still, so pretty sure that they have their own watches hooked up to various satellite devices. And pace is on the way round, so brilliant to see, great running. Some taking a bit of a breather, others have run steady pace the whole way. Again, that doesn't matter which way you do it. Some look like they've chosen to run with water, others take advantage of the volunteer water stations. So I think different strategies for different people as the finishing line awaits them.
شكرا لكل الأبطال، والله كفو عليكم، وصلتوا، أنجزتوا، حققتوا كل الأهداف اليوم في وصولكم إلى خط النهاية. كم هذا الشيء العظيم، نأخذ في تاريخ المرأة، نأخذ في تاريخ الفوز والانتصار. أنت بطل. Let's go! في كل الحالات أهم شيء اليوم أنت أنجزت وشاركت ووصلت إلى خط النهاية، أو أنت أنجزت وشاركتي. بطلة والله، كفو عليكم بكل مرة نقولها ونعيدها بكل شاركتي، انت بطلة والله، كفو عليكم بكل مرة نقولها ونعيدها لكل الأبطال، لكل الأبطال في لحظة وصولهم لخط النهاية هم مراكز أولى والشرف منور.
Runners as far as the eye can see. The continuing beep of the finishing line as the chip picks up every single runner is so continuous, very little gaps. As the 4K runners with their blue numbers get ready for, I think it's going to be the first wave set on their way. Just waiting for confirmation that the course is clear enough. Obviously, we had a delay early on in the start proceedings, so just a slight impact of that as the runners complete their distance on the left. We're just about to start the 4 kilometres family fun run on the right-hand side. It's cheers and selfies all round for our finishers there. Tired faces, lots of smiles. That's it, they've completed it. Would have been an early start for many people, even, depending even on what wave they're in. So maybe back home for some breakfast and maybe a nap before getting on with the rest of Saturday. And, lots of dance crews here as well in the Race Expo Village.
Welcome to the Philippines.
4K family fun run. Still waiting, I think, for their green light to head out on their way. I think it's the sheer numbers, the volume that we've got still in the 10K. I think this has just been overwhelming. It's just a phenomenal number of people that have come out this morning. Cramp or tiredness there. Medical attention down at the finish, so I'm sure all of these runners will be well looked after. Still high fives all round. Selfies, whooping. There is some tired people out there. Ticker tape's back out again. Let's do it. Fire up the cannon.
sun.
That's a good hat. There you go. A little bit of sun. The sun mustn't be too hot today, but it's definitely been burning down. So another cloud on, many clouds in the sky today, and very little breeze as well. So it might feel slightly warmer. I still think they're waiting down at the start line for the 4K runners to be set on their way. They're going to be chomping at the bit to get going. But they can't wait. So I think it's just making sure that it's safe for everyone across the finishing line, or at least to a certain point in the 10K. See the beat, almost the nodding of the heads, the rhythm that it almost gives the runners. So there's been track meets where they brought in steel bands to help runners find a rhythm. So the bands out on the course today have been absolutely fantastic. So those are volunteers, and the volunteers in the village as well. So again, so many people have played their part in making sure everyone has been safe and ready to go. Some of our marathon runners finishing, coming up to 4 hours, just on 4 hours and 25 minutes now. It's waves and smiles. Busy day for the photographers down there, capturing the finish line photos and moments.
Yes!
And again, for promotion for next year, so many great stories. That the Mobot. Oh, it's not the Mobot then. I wonder whether she realised it's a Mo Farah's celebration.
Let's go. Was amazing. That was amazing.
We saw this lad on the start line, and this is a superb effort. See him locked in concentration. Very, very impressive. Obviously, just having his wits about him with those runners weaving in and out. But just a huge testament to the human spirit. Awesome job by him.
اهلا بالبطل اليسار، اهلا وصولك انت بالمركز الاول، اهلا بجميع السيدات الفائزات وايضا الابطال اللي وصلوا معنا، وايضا تحياتنا وتحيات لكم جميعا. اليوم عدتم مقارنه بالناس، كلكم ابطال. اهلا اهلا بالابطال، اهلا بالواصلين الموجودين. فرحة الوصول، ارفع ايدك فوق واعتبر نفسك الاول. صراحة الواحد يسكت لكن يرجع يشوف الحماس، يشوف التفاعل اللي انتم فيه، يرجع يتحمس ثاني ويعلق ثاني ويقول يلا يلا يا واصل الابداع، واصل الابداع، انتم ابطال هذا الحدث ماراثون الرياض. يسعد النجوم الواصلين الى خط النهاية.
And every time we think the number of runners is going to decrease, the camera pans around again and gets another shot. And again, just the volume, the sheer numbers of participants. Just a great sound, a great sight. The organisers talked about that they could have sold even more than the 40,000 places, so wouldn't that be another one for next year? What can the number go up to in 2026? Sky's the limit.
Il n'y a pas un type toi qui s'est dit que j'allais mesurer les ponts.
Thanks, God! You made it!
وصلت إلى مهرجان الرياض في كل الدنيا النهاية مع وصولهم رافعين ايديهم مع وصولهم فرحانين وأبقى الآن كل أحد يدخل معانا إلى حفل النهاية أنت مستسلم
I still think the runners for the 4K family fun run have waiting so patiently. They're getting set or be on their way shortly as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Riyadh runners, please calm down. We are still going to start in few.
And here we are, the eagerly anticipated, long-awaited, very patiently awaited family 4K fun run. There's going to be some itchy legs in there to want to get out and probably run quite briskly for the 4K, but it is something for everyone. It's a family fun run and something to make sure that there was something for the younger age groups and those that didn't want to compete or go over the longer 10 kilometers distance. So remember, we saw earlier the kind of turnaround point. So at the start area here, the turnaround point's around about the 2.2K mark. And then they double back on themselves, so they'll make the right-hand turn and then make their way across the finishing line.
30 seconds. هنبدأ بعد 30 ثانية. كمان مرة يا جماعة الخير, please be careful. Please slow down, take it easy. المسافة طويلة, حنجيكم تحدوا. انتبه على الأطفال, الله يخليكم. الأطفال.
So final preparations. There's look like a few serious runners on the start line. Whether they do choose to race this. This could be competitive, this could. Oh, start line wants to move. Oh, wow. Well, this is going to be busy. It is busy. Oh, wow, look at that. That's a start, that's a sprint. So hopefully everyone's okay, because that is a busy, a brisk, a fast start to the family fun run over 4 kilometers here at the Riyadh Marathon. The last of 4 races of this busy day program here this morning in Riyadh. You can see different ages, different abilities. For some, this will be their first ever official race or event. For a few on the start line, though, they look like seasoned pros, so could expect a bit of a brisk time over the 4 kilometer distance. So again, testament to the Saudi Sport for All Federation for breaking down the barriers and providing the opportunities for So many different people to be active and to be part of this event, not just today, but over the last few days as well in the Expo. So just a celebration of sport, fitness, physical activity, and well-being, and everything else that surrounds it. Brilliant bit of work and a team effort between themselves, the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Athletics Federation. So there they go, the 4K runners are en route. And our 10K runners are heading back towards that finishing line. And still the music plays.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, please keep behind the line.
Some can see the finishing line, so they start picking the pace up. Others, it's a bit of a dance. We've seen a lot of different types of dancing. Some good, some average, let's say. But nonetheless, everyone has embraced this festival feeling. That's what it does feel like. Feels like part of a music festival with the enjoyment, with the sheer numbers. As I think our next wave of 4K runners are on their way. So second wave of 4K runners. So that is, again, brilliant to see more and more runners being set on their way. And it's still celebration time. It's still focus for some. As you can see on the right-hand side, 4K runners are on their way. Here they go, 4K runners are waving to the 10K runners on the left as they come down towards their finishing line. But, got a feeling some of the 4K runners are going to be coming not too far into sight as well, because the speed they went out at for that first wave of 4K runners. So there could be a few weaving their way through the tail walkers in the 10K. Next wave are getting ready, I think. Still they come down towards that start line. You can see it on the little screen in front of me. The next wave of the 4K, they are loving it. It is great to see. So they've been waiting patiently, so they probably just can't wait to get on their way and start their running journey this morning. The next wave are on their way. Absolutely brilliant. It is smiles all round and a embrace of physical activity, bit of sport, bit of well-being, bringing the community together. Loads of volunteers out there This is a race and a run and a fun run for everyone. Sleeping children en route, they won't even know that they've covered 4 kilometers, but I'm sure they'll look back on years to come and see the photographs and be like, who was that? And that was you, asleep during the whole of the 4 kilometers. But they will grow up in active households and hopefully then go on to be active themselves. Studies have shown that active parents definitely bring up active children, so that's something that, again, that getting families involved is just so important. And, that will just keep the theme and importance and education of being physically active in the forefront of people's minds. Sounds like a few fireworks going off. That could be a celebration unless it's drums in the background. But look at this, there are so many numbers. So another aerial of the race village, and what a spectacle it's been over the last couple of days, and will be for another few hours to go as well. So what a day, what a morning it's been in Riyadh. So the marathon runners were up bright and early this morning. The masses on the start line, they were warmed up with a spectacular lot of support and music. The gun fired, and I tell you what, some went out like it was 100 meters, but the races that unfolded were of high quality. Class landmarks of Riyadh, water taken on board by the volunteers. The racing came down to some real business end stuff. So the elite fields in the men and women's races whittled down kilometre on kilometre, mile by mile. And it was the champion in the men's. It was a fantastic run by Emmanuel Chumba Kemboy. Half marathon champion was Reke Vebo. Women's champion Nesret Zella Kabede in the marathon, and the women's half marathon champion Vivian Melli. Fantastic run by all of our elites, all of our masses. It was smiles all round, 40,000 across the 4-race program. See you in 2026.